Chapter 2151. In the end, Chu did not accept the gifts from the 5 supreme emperors. This was because, to a certain extent, accepting their gifts was equivalent to doing them a favor. It was fine to owe a favor, but it was not so easy to return a favor from the 5 supreme emperors. Moreover, they had more or less helped him by telling him about the Chu sect. In the future, if he became stronger and they were in trouble, they could more or less lend a helping hand. After chatting for a while, Chu left the 7th level and headed to the 5th level. The 5th level belonged to the Supreme, Holy Masters. However, Chu was a heaven's pride, so he was qualified to enter. Let's get to know each other. I'm Fu Qingqi. Fu Qingqi saw Chu and stood up with a smile. Chu replied, "Thank you for just now." "It's nothing. It was just a small trick." Fu Qingqi smiled. After introducing themselves, they started chatting casually. Other than Fu Qingqi, there were other supreme holy masters on the 5th level who took the initiative to greet Chu and leave an impression. However, there were also some supreme holy masters who only glanced at Chu and nodded in acknowledgement. Some of them directly ignored him. Different people had different attitudes. Chu did not mind because he was not a panacea and would not be welcomed by everyone. Chu would return the greetings to those who greeted him. As for those who ignored him, Chu naturally ignored them as well. "Where did Brother Chu come from?" Fu Qingqi asked. "A low-level domain," Chu replied. "Low-level domain." Fu Qingqi was very surprised when he heard this. It's hard to imagine that a low-level domain could produce a heaven's pride like Brother Chu. A heaven's pride was like a real dragon. A domain was like an ocean. A low-level domain was like a shoal to many people. It was very difficult for a heaven's pride to produce a heaven's pride. Of course, there were always exceptions. However, when a heaven's pride appeared in a low-level domain, the domain would face 2 situations. The first was that it would improve as the heaven's pride grew. It might even become a middle-level domain in the future. The second was that it would exhaust too much of its luck and decline. However, whether it was the first or the second, it was not something that could be interfered with. "Brother Chu, do you want to continue the challenge?" Fu Qingqi asked again. "I'm here for the 100-win streak." Chu's reply caused Fu Qingqi to be stunned. Soon after, he gave a thumbs up. "I hope that Brother Chu can fulfill his wish. However, the difficulty of 100 consecutive victories is very high. Up until now, the 100 Battles Arena has existed for tens of thousands of years, but the number of people who have obtained 100 consecutive victories is less than 1,000. I'll be the next one," Chu said casually. His tone was calm, as if he was joking, but Fu Qingqi could hear a sense of confidence in his words. The challenges in the 100 Battles Arena continued. The arena master was from the Volcano tribe. He was a supreme, holy venerable. The Volcano tribe was one of the smaller tribes. Their appearance was similar to that of humans, but their hair was fiery red. The men's hair was usually shorter and stood up like a small volcano. The women's hair was usually longer and curly. Compared to humans, the skin of the people of the Volcano tribe leaned towards the dark red color. Moreover, they constantly emitted a higher temperature. Their blood was also more viscous, like lava. When it flowed through their blood vessels, it produced waves of heat. The Volcano tribesmen had another characteristic, and that was that they lived in active volcanic areas. The larger and more volcanoes there were, the more Volcano tribesmen there would be, and the more experts there would be as well. Only when the Volcano tribesmen's cultivation base reached the level of the exceptional realm could they leave their living area. Otherwise, they would be affected by the external environment and slowly weaken. Once they were in a place with volcanoes, the Volcano tribe member strength would increase significantly. The supreme holy venerable of the Volcano tribe was a male. After defeating one challenger after another, he quickly obtained 9 consecutive victories. Then, the supreme holy venerable of the volcano tribe looked through the air and directly landed on Chu Mu's face. His gaze seemed to contain a wave of heat, making Chu Mu feel like his face was burning. "Human prodigy, do you dare to fight with me?" The supreme holy venerable of the volcano tribe provoked. How dare a supreme holy venerable challenge a great holy venerable? How shameless! Someone immediately rebuked. However, the supreme holy venerable of the volcano tribe seemed to be very thick-skinned. He didn't care at all and just stared at Chu Mu. "Brother Chu." Fu Qingqi was about to speak when Chu Mu stood up. His body flashed and jumped down from the human tower, landing on the 100 Battles arena. He was so fast that Fu Qingqi couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. After all, Chu Mu's strength was at the level of a great holy venerable. He wasn't even a supreme holy venerable. Did he hold back before? I don't think so. Yeah, if he had the strength of a supreme holy venerable, then he wouldn't be a prodigy. He would be a peerless prodigy. How is that possible? Chu Mu had his own reasons for accepting the supreme holy venerable of the volcano tribe's challenge. He wanted to obtain 100 consecutive victories. His opponents couldn't all be at the level of a great holy venerable. It was normal for a supreme holy venerable to challenge him. There might even be a half-step great emperor in the end. In addition, Chu Mu was very interested in the fighting style of the volcano tribe's 9 battles. He wanted to try it out himself. "You're brave." The supreme holy venerable of the volcano tribe smiled coldly and suddenly punched out. This punch made Chu Mu feel like a volcano erupting. That's right. The unique characteristic of the volcano tribe's attacks was that every attack was like a volcano erupting. They were unique in terms of explosive power. Facing this punch, Chu Mu didn't dodge it because he wanted to try out the attacks of the volcano tribe's people himself. After blocking it with his sword, Chu Mu immediately felt a wave of power coming towards him. It was a very strong power with a high temperature. At the same time, the moment the power hit the perishing sword, it suddenly exploded and formed a new wave of impact. It felt like a flood of lava had burst out from the inside of a volcano. High temperature, explosive power, and explosive impact after hitting. These were the unique characteristics of the volcano tribe's attacks. If I can absorb these advantages and integrate them into my own attacks, I will definitely be able to increase the power of my sword skills, Chu Mu thought. However, thinking about it was one thing, but actually doing it was very, very difficult. At the moment, Chu Mu only had this thought. He didn't have a clue yet. He needed to fight more and try it out. Then he would slowly understand it. Chu Mu had suppressed his own strength. Therefore, the volcano race member's attack caused Chu Mu to continuously retreat and dissipate the power. The volcano race member's first attack was successful. The second, third, and fourth attacks were consecutively thrown out. Each attack was like a volcano erupting. The power was incomparably powerful and shocking. Chu Mu wanted to better understand the way the volcano tribe's people release their power, so he took every attack head-on. However, he also knew that he couldn't completely block the attacks with his suppressed power. He could only keep retreating and decisively activate the power of the Sky Sword rune. The sword shadow appeared in the sky and then disappeared, but everyone still saw it. Did he use a secret technique? What kind of secret technique is that? If I'm not wrong, that shouldn't be a secret technique. It should be a special rune. Rune. Slaughter rune. Is it the rune from the slaughter world? That's right. Look at this human. He's been to the slaughter world. The slaughter world wasn't a secret place, and the slaughter rune wasn't a secret treasure. There were still some people who had the slaughter rune, and even more people who knew about it. Therefore, when Chu Mu used the Sky Sword rune, he was quickly recognized. However, they thought that it was an ordinary slaughter rune and not a special slaughter rune. Otherwise, they would have been very tempted. Ordinary slaughter runes could be bought in the 100 Battles domain, but special slaughter runes were difficult to find. After activating the power of the Sky Sword rune, Chu Mu didn't defend anymore. Instead, he attacked. After the sword slashed out, a sword shadow appeared. The sword shadow had 50% of the power of the sword. Chu Mu's sword power collided with the attack of the Volcano Tribe's Supreme Saint. It was defeated, but at the same time the Supreme Saint's attack was greatly weakened. Then the 50% sword shadow slashed out again. They collided again and canceled each other out. He managed to block it. The Supreme Saint of the Volcano Tribe narrowed his eyes. He originally planned to use his overwhelming power to defeat his opponent. He didn't care about the difference in power. After all, he was just a genius from the Volcano Tribe. He couldn't compare to the prodigies at all. Therefore, he wanted to defeat his opponent. That would be very satisfying. But now his opponent had activated the power of the Slaughter rune and increased his power. On the other hand, he didn't have any Slaughter rune. Unless he used a secret technique, his power would remain the same. The Slaughter rune can only last for a limited time. The Supreme Saint of the Volcano Tribe thought. His eyes were dark red, as if there were flames burning in them. I don't believe that you can block my attacks forever. Volcano Fist. The Volcano Tribe's punch was even more ferocious. Volcano Explosion. After punching out fiercely, the Supreme Saint of the Volcano Tribe suddenly raised his hands and clenched them into fists. Then he smashed them down heavily onto the arena. A terrifying force blasted into the stage from his fists. Immediately after, the stage seemed to protrude from under Chu Mu's feet, as if a volcano had emerged. Red lava instantly gushed out from the volcano's mouth. Its power was extremely terrifying. The moment the Supreme Saint of the Volcano Tribe punched the arena, Chu Mu felt a chill run down his spine. A strong sense of danger filled his body. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the four-sided truth-seeking steps. Instead of retreating, he advanced. After dodging the attack by a hair's breadth, he slashed out with his sword. Then, a sword shadow tore through the air. This sword was filled with murderous intent. It was the sword of slaughter from the Tao Seeking sword technique. It was so fast that it shocked the Supreme Saint of the Volcano Tribe. In the previous battle, Chu Mu hadn't used any sword techniques other than the Tao Seeking sword technique. Chapter 2152. The White Horse sword technique pursued extreme speed. It was shockingly fast and powerful. Even though the Volcano Tribe member had reached the level of an extreme Holy Venerate, it was difficult for him to dodge. The extreme Holy Venerate of the Volcano Tribe immediately crossed his arms in front of his forehead. Suddenly, the incredibly fast sword light suddenly changed. It exploded and rushed out in all directions, covering an area of 5,000 meters. In an instant, it condensed into one, and a terrifying might descended. Its power became incomparably powerful as it slashed down. Thanks to the Tao querying swordsmanship's consecutive moves, Chu Mu also tried to combine different sword techniques. The combination of the white full swordsmanship was the sky-shattering cloud swordsmanship. One pursued the pinnacle of speed, and the other pursued the pinnacle of strength. The transition from speed to strength was not easy, but Chu Mu had fused with the world's end and horn, so to a certain extent it reduced the difficulty. The sword light formed by the gathering of 5,000 meters seemed to make the sky crack. It instantly slashed down with shocking power. The sword slashed where the Volcano Tribe members' arms crossed. The powerful force made the Volcano Tribe member's body tremble and his arms sink slightly. Chu Mu seized the opportunity. Invincible in 100 battles of the Tao-seeking sword art. 100 battles, regardless of victory or defeat. Never admit defeat. Never give up. The crowd felt as if they were looking at a weak cultivator who had gone through countless battles and remained undefeated. Tao-seeking swordsmanship go against the current. Undefeated in 100 battles. Never admitting defeat. Never retreating. facing difficulties head-on. Even in the face of adversity, one must bravely move forward. He launched a series of moves. Once the combo started, Chu Mu immediately gained the upper hand. He suppressed the extreme saint of the volcano tribe. The reason why he could suppress the extreme saint of the volcano tribe was because of the heavenly sword runes. Every sword attack contained 50% of the original power. It was extremely fast and it connected perfectly. It directly formed a second attack, which was very effective. Even though this volcano tribe elite was a supreme, holy venerate, he didn't dare underestimate half of the power of Chu Mu's sword. Every time the heaven sword rune was activated, it could last for 300 breaths of time. This was extremely shocking. It was several times longer than many slaughter runes, which further highlighted its value. The third combo, the fourth combo, one sword move, one sword move, one sword move, one sword move after another. The connection could be said to be perfect without any flaws. I saw it. It's this strange sword technique again. Then the 9 consecutive attacks landed. The 9th attack was extremely powerful. The blood-red sword light slashed down, making the extreme saint of the volcano race feel a strong sense of danger. He gathered all of his power and it instantly exploded out. It turned into the illusion of a volcano that surrounded him. The sword light slashed down, and the volcano's shadow shattered. The extreme holy master of the volcano tribe was not hurt at all. However, just as he was about to counterattack, a sword light spread out in front of him. It was filled with countless transformations, and he could not be sure where the transformations began and ended. He did not even know where the sword light was going to attack. Limitless sword art, limitless nature. Deshang's omniscient nature manifestation was executed under Chu Mu's superb sword technique. Even an extreme holy master would have a hard time distinguishing the real from the fake. Break! The extreme holy venerate of the volcano race roared furiously. His fists split apart like 2 miniature volcanoes, instantly erupting with extremely great power. He tried to use his great power to shatter all of his opponent's transformations, using strength to break technique. When strength surpassed technique by too much, it was not easy to say that one could defeat 10 with one strength. However, although the extreme holy venerate of the volcano race was more powerful than Chu Mu, he did not have an absolute advantage. Thus, it would be a joke to say that one could defeat 10 with one strength. The limitless nature manifestation had countless transformations. It was unparalleled and had shocking potential. When the sword light was unleashed, it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. A portion of the sword light was shattered by the extreme holy venerate of the volcano race's volcano fist, but a portion of it still confused the opponent. After the limitless nature manifestation, a sword light condensed with boundless murderous chi and killing intent followed. The sword light was stained with blood and continued forward. Lifeless sword technique. What powerful murderous intent. Unstoppable murderous intent. It won't stop until it kills. What a terrifying sword of killing way. Many great emperors were astonished. They saw more from the lifeless sword style, and they were even more astonished. What a unique sword technique. Sword of killing way. This man is indeed extraordinary. He's not someone an ordinary sky pride can compare to. The 5 great emperors of the human race were a bit bitter. They had tried their best to recruit Chu Mu, but unfortunately, Chu Mu did not agree. It seemed that he was very interested in the Chu Mu sect. If someone from the Chu sect came to recruit him, he might join the Chu sect. Chu Mu was a sky pride of the human race. This was an honor that belonged to the human race. Of course, if he was willing to join their force, it would be even better. However, even if he was unwilling, they would not do anything. They were only willing to befriend him. Sword of killing way, lifeless sword technique. When the sword was unleashed, it condensed all the power that Chu Mu had suppressed. It also condensed all his murderous intent and killing intent into it. It was the most powerful sword technique. Because of the sky sword runes, a sword shadow followed closely behind the lifeless sword technique. That sword shadow was also the lifeless sword technique, but its power had been weakened by 50%. Great Volcano. The supreme sacred venerate of the volcano tribe did not hesitate to use a secret technique. Terrifying power instantly condensed into boiling heat. The shadow of a huge volcano suddenly appeared behind him. It shook violently, and with an earth-shattering sound, the terrifying power turned into boiling lava that spewed out of the volcano's mouth. As the lava spewed out, the supreme sacred venerate of the volcano tribe's power increased rapidly. Great Volcano was the volcano tribe's secret talent technique. It was also the only secret talent technique that most people of the volcano tribe possessed. Its effect was to completely unleash the power hidden in one's body in an instant. The cultivation method of the volcano tribe was different from other tribes. They condensed a volcano in their body. Therefore, Great Volcano was to release the power of the volcano that was condensed in an instant. It was a type of eruption that overdrew one's power. It could only be used once in a short period of time. Otherwise, it would damage one's foundation. However, the power of this secret technique was extremely shocking. With the eruption, the supreme sacred venerate of the volcano tribe's power increased by 50%. Volcano Fist. After his power increased by 50%, the scale of the volcano fist became even more terrifying. When he punched out, there was no fist shadow. There was only the eruption of a volcano. The power was extremely terrifying. The punch was like the eruption of a volcano. It collided with the blood-red sword light of the lifeless sword style. In an instant, the sword light shattered. The volcano fist shook and became slightly dimmer, but it still flew towards Chu-Mu. After using the Great Volcano Secret Technique, the volcano fist surpassed Chu-Mu's lifeless sword style in terms of absolute power. However, the lifeless sword style was not just a simple lifeless sword style. It also contained the power of the sky sword runes. The sword shadow of 50% of the lifeless sword style's power instantly arrived and collided with the volcano fist for the second time. It was shattered by the volcano fist again. The volcano fist became unstable and seemed like it could shatter at any moment. However, it still flew towards Chu-Mu stubbornly. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through the volcano fist. It was extremely sharp and pierced towards the supreme saint of the volcano tribe. The volcano secret technique and the full power volcano fist had both caused the supreme saint of the volcano tribe to be temporarily drained of power. He was recovering, but Chu-Mu caught it. Path-seeking sword technique, a line of heaven and earth. White horse sword technique. White horse crosses the crack. The space-breaking sword light was extremely fast. It could not be dodged and could not be dodged. Killing was not allowed in the 100 battles arena. Thus, Chu-Mu stabbed the supreme saint of the volcano tribe between his eyebrows. However, he did not pierce through. Instead, he used an ingenious power to turn the sword tip into a huge hammer. The power condensed into a single point and instantly attacked. The supreme saint of the volcano tribe flew back. His head shook and his spiritual world shook. With one strike, the supreme saint of the volcano tribe lost the ability to fight again. He was judged to have lost. He won again. Even supreme sacred venerables are no match for him. How terrifying! He's only at the high level of the third refinement of the exceptional realm. Yet he can defeat the supreme saint. Doesn't that mean he's not a genius, but a peerless genius? No, he relied on the slaughter rune's power to have such strength. It can't be counted as his own strength. Thus, he's still a genius. However, he's very close to the level of a peerless genius. Among the prodigies, even if one were to go into more detail, there would still be different levels. Without a doubt, what Chu-Mu had displayed belonged to the highest level of prodigies. As soon as he won, Chu-Mu immediately stopped the sky sword rune's power. The supreme saint of the volcano tribe had already won 9 battles. As long as he defeated Chu Mu, he would have won 10 battles in a row. However, now that he lost, his previous 9 victories were cancelled. If the one who lost was Chu Mu, then Chu Mu's previous 20-win streak would be cancelled. It would be wiped clean. The rules of the 100 battles arena had always been like this. If one won 10 or 20 battles in a row and no longer wanted to continue as the arena master, they could apply and receive the corresponding reward. After receiving the reward, the winning streak would be wiped clean. If one wanted to win more, they would have to continue to challenge as the arena master and accumulate again. However, if one had already won 10 battles in a row and received the reward, they would not receive any reward if they won 10 more battles in a row, unless their winning streak was greater than before. Chu Mu had won 20 battles in a row before, but he did not apply to continue. Thus, he did not receive the reward for winning 10 or 20 battles in a row. He could continue to challenge. This was undoubtedly a rather risky approach. If one was careless and defeated, all their previous efforts would be in vain. They would have to challenge again. For those who came here for the rewards, such an approach was unacceptable. However, Chu Mu had won 100 battles in a row. Thus, winning 10 or 20 battles in a row was just a small matter to him. Furthermore, the rewards for winning 10, 20, and 30 battles in a row were just some law crystals. To Chu Mu, they were not attractive at all. They were dispensable. In this battle, Chu Mu became the arena master again. He had won 21 battles in a row. Next was the 22nd battle. Chapter 2153. The sword light changed endlessly. It was like the stars in the night sky, or the endless forest swaying in the wind. Thousands of changes were contained within the sword. Every time it was executed, it was different, because Chu Mu's understanding of the nature of nature was getting deeper and deeper. The changes were getting more and more exquisite. After the endless changes, a beam of sword light turned into a shadow and sneaked into the cracks in the void. Defeated. 50 consecutive victories. On the 10th day in the 100 battles arena, Chu Mu accepted challenges as the arena master. Now he had achieved 50 consecutive victories. After 50 consecutive victories, Chu Mu left the arena and returned to the 5th floor of the human race tower to rest. Brother Chu, congratulations on achieving 50 consecutive victories. Fu Qingqi said with a smile. Winning less than 30 consecutive victories was nothing, but winning more than 30 consecutive victories was difficult. Winning 50 consecutive victories was not easy. Brother Fu, your consecutive victories are more than 50, right? Chu Mu said with a smile. Fu Qingqi's expression changed. 70 consecutive victories. 50 consecutive victories were very difficult, not to mention 70 consecutive victories. Brother Chu, I have always had a question. I wonder if Brother Chu can solve it for me? Fu Qingqi asked. Brother Fu, please go ahead. I have never seen or heard of the sword technique that Brother Chu is using. May I know what it is called? Fu Qingqi asked curiously. Dao seeking. Chu Mu knew which art Fu Qingqi was referring to. However, he only mentioned the name and did not explain in detail. Dao seeking was a sword art and not a sword art. There was a difference between the two. Dao seeking, a good name. I believe that few people can compare with me in terms of understanding of sword arts. However, I have never heard of it before. Fu Qingqi said, It was created by me. It is normal that Brother Fu has never heard of it. Chu Mu said indifferently. Created by Brother Chu. Fu Qingqi was shocked. He, who always kept a straight face, was shocked from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but be shocked. Creating one's own martial arts was not difficult for geniuses, especially geniuses. However, it also depended on the degree of mystery of the self-created martial arts. Chu Mu's sword art of Dao seeking was mysterious even in the eyes of the great emperors. It was extremely difficult to create such a martial art by oneself. Fu Qingqi had thought that Chu Mu had inherited it from somewhere. He did not expect that Chu Mu had created it himself, which was why he was shocked. To be able to create such a sword technique. How shocking was this person's comprehension ability? For a moment, Fu Qingqi was speechless. Even though he was very curious about the sword-seeking sword skill, he knew that it was a private matter and he should not ask about it. Therefore, he changed the topic. As they chatted, the topic shifted to the 100 battles arena. Brother Fu, has anyone obtained a 100-win streak recently? Chu Mu asked. In the past 10 years, the highest number of consecutive victories was 90. Fu Qingqi replied, 100 consecutive victories is too difficult. How many people have achieved a 90-win streak? Chu Mu asked again. Not many, only 3. Fu Qingqi said. 2 of them obtained a 90-win streak 5 years ago. One of them gave up on the challenge and received a reward. One of them failed to challenge a 100-win streak. The last one obtained a 90-win streak last year, but it has been a while since he appeared. This person is called Li Tianxiao. He is a disciple of the Supreme Force, Vast Sun Divine Palace. He is a supreme talent who is close to becoming an unparalleled supreme talent. Moreover, he is extremely powerful and almost invincible among supreme sacred masters. Fu Qingqi said in a solemn tone. After Li Tianxiao obtained a 90-win streak, he said that if someone obtained a 90-win streak and wanted to challenge a 100-win streak, he would appear. Brother Chu, if you want to challenge a 100-win streak, you will definitely encounter Li Tianxiao. Fu Qingqi's expression became increasingly solemn, as if Li Tianxiao was an extremely powerful existence. That would be great. Chu Mu smiled. So what if Li Tianxiao was powerful? It was just a battle, and the outcome would be determined. Moreover, it would be better for him to fight with a truly powerful opponent. Dense Thorns, the extreme great sacred master of the Greenwood clan, who had green hair and light green skin and was wearing armor that seemed to be woven from vines, chanted softly and waved his hand. Suddenly, brown vines broke out of the ground and slithered towards Chu Mu like agile snakes. The Greenwood clan was also one of the many small clans. Every small clan had its own unique characteristics. For example, the Snow clan lived in a world of ice and snow. They were naturally suited to cultivate the ice elemental cultivation method and comprehend the ice elemental law. The Volcano clan lived in a volcanic region and naturally mastered the power of volcanoes and the fire elemental law. As for the Greenwood clan, they lived in large forests and were naturally compatible with nature. They had a natural affinity with the power of the wood elemental law. The cultivation methods and martial arts of the Greenwood clan were also closely related to the wood elemental law. It was what they were best at. Dozens of vines as thick as an arm drilled out from under the arena and whipped towards Chu Mu like dancing pythons. Each vine was covered with barbs. They were thorns and thorns. There was a kind of poison on the thorns. Once struck, the poison would invade the target's body and paralyze them, making it difficult for them to move. The strength of the Greenwood clan could be better displayed in the forest. Under normal conditions, their strength was not weak. Moreover, they were very good at fighting one against many. In a one-on-one battle, the enemy would feel as if they were fighting against many people. The whipping attack of dozens of thorns made Chu Mu feel as if he was facing the attacks of dozens of people at the same time. Holding his sword horizontally, he used the lesser void space and immediately absorbed the whipping of dozens of thorns. Before the thorns could break the lesser void space, Chu Mu used the 5th level of the sky-shattering cloud sword technique. The 5,000-meter-long sword light slashed down and combined with the power of the lesser void space to shatter the dozens of thorns. However, after the thorns were shattered, they quickly drilled out and whipped towards Chu Mu again. Whipping, shattering, this was a repetitive process. The sword light shattered the thorns. Chu Mu took a step forward and used the 2nd level of the world's end near at hand body. He passed through space and appeared directly beside the Greenwood clan member. With a slash of his sword, a thorny thorn drilled out strangely and pierced towards Chumu like a sharp sword, piercing through the rainbow. Immediately after, several more thorns appeared. They were like knives and whips with astonishing power. This Greenwood clan great, sacred, venerable expert was even more difficult to deal with than some ordinary supreme, sacred venerables. Facing the sudden attacks of the thorns, Chumu's figure flickered strangely. As he dodged, he turned into a shadow and passed through the void, stabbing towards the Greenwood clan member. The shadow sword seemed to cut open the skin of the void and dyed it with a layer of blood. The blood of the Tao-seeking king of sword techniques. With a slash of the sword, the Greenwood clan member was sent flying. The rattan armor on his body was directly cut open and fresh blood flowed out. His blood had a faint green color and exuded a vigorous vitality. 60th consecutive victory. Petrification! A muffled roar rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. A strange sound rang out as a grayish-white color spread inch by inch on his body. It was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it covered his entire body and turned him into a stone man. The sword light pierced through the air and slashed down on his body. Immediately, stone fragments flew everywhere. However, the person did not take a step back. His body did not even sway. He directly blocked the slash of the sword and was not hurt at all. This person was one of the small clans, the Stoners. The Stoners were very easy to understand. The places where they lived were often filled with rocks. They were born with the ability to control the mutated power of the earth element. They were also proficient in the power of the earth element. The Stoners had incomparably strong bodies. There was no distinction between males and females. Their reproduction was also from the mother stone of the clan. It was very magical. The Stoners' normal appearance was very similar to humans. However, their skin was grayish-white and they looked very strong. They were more methodical in their speech and actions, so it was very easy to recognize them. One of the Stoners' racial talents was petrification. It was the most basic racial talent that every Stoner could master. Petrification was somewhat similar to the Vajra race's Vajra body, but it was also different. After the Vajra race's Vajra body was used, it would increase the Vajra race's strength and defense. However, petrification only increased defense. In terms of the increase in defense, it surpassed the Vajra body. After the Rock race member used the Rock transformation innate secret technique, he seemed to have turned into a rock man. The Rock race members had a special characteristic, and that was that when they used the Rock transformation innate secret technique, they would possess endless power. Moreover, the more powerful ones could even use and control their surroundings. However, this was the 100 Battles arena. The Stoner's petrification talent could not be fully utilized. Chumu was only surprised that he could not break through the opponent's petrification defense with one slash. However, that did not stop him from attacking. Chumu had already fought dozens of battles. He had encountered opponents from the 4 major clans as well as many smaller clans. It was not surprising that each clan had their own characteristics and abilities. If one slash could not break through, then 2 slashes. If 2 slashes could not break through, then 3 slashes. This Rock tribe member still didn't know that using the Rock transformation innate skill was his biggest mistake. That was because the moment he used the Rock transformation innate skill, his defensive power would be greatly increased. However, there was also a flaw. That flaw was that his agility would be greatly reduced, making him a living target. The Tao-seeking sword techniques combo was unleashed to his heart's content. Various sword light came at him. It was incomparably dazzling. Each slash contained terrifying power. Each slash would follow up the previous one and become even more terrifying. The combo reached a total of 9 moves. When the last slash landed, the Stoner's petrification was instantly broken. Cracks spread out like a spider web, covering every inch of his body. After the cracks were shattered, Another slash landed and sent him flying. 70 consecutive victories. Everyone was silent. Since 20 days ago, they had watched the human clan's 100 battles arena until now. He had won 10 battles in a row, 20 battles in a row, 30 battles in a row, 40 battles in a row, 50 battles in a row, 60 battles in a row, and now 70 battles in a row. He had won one battle after another, and at the same time, he had made progress in each battle. He had defeated weak or strong opponents, one after another. Chapter 2154. In the 100 Battles domain, a blood-red streamer was flying towards the 100 Battles Sky City from the direction of the human domain at an astonishing speed. The blood-red streamer was astonishingly fast. It traveled tens of thousands of meters in an instant, leaving only a trace in the void. A person surnamed Chu, a Heaven's Pride level genius. Is that true? The blood-red streamer left behind an indifferent voice as it slowly dissipated. In the 100 Battles arena, the battle never stopped. A domineering roar resounded, causing many people's eardrums to tremble. A Heaven's Pride level beastman from the bear race shook his body and rapidly expanded. Black hair quickly drilled out from under his skin and covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. The Heaven's Pride level beastman, who was only 2 meters tall, suddenly transformed into a 3-meter tall black bear. He was incomparably thick and exuded a boundless and vigorous bestial aura. He stood up and took a step forward. With a bang, the entire 100 Battles arena shook. Complete beast transformation. Tyrant Bear actually mastered complete beast transformation. Since ancient times, only the peerless Heaven's Pride level beastmen could master complete beast transformation. I didn't expect Tyrant Bear to be able to master complete beast transformation. His potential is unlimited. The beastman's beast transformation was a high-grade racial talent. It was divided into partial beast transformation, half beast transformation, and complete beast transformation. After complete beast transformation, the beastman's strength would be greatly enhanced. They would become even more powerful and terrifying. Usually, only the peerless Heaven's Pride level beastmen could master complete beast transformation. Of course, there were always exceptions. For example, Tyrant Bear was a Heaven's Pride level beastman who had mastered complete beast transformation. This was an extremely rare case. His status in his own race was comparable to those peerless Heaven's Pride level beastmen. As the black bear took a step forward, its huge chest lifted and fiercely slapped out. It immediately caused an incomparably violent wind to howl. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for the opponent to breathe. His expression changed greatly. He retreated with difficulty and avoided the black bear's slap. However, he didn't dare to counterattack. Just the terrifying aura made him feel suffocated. After retreating a step to dodge, he quickly opened up the distance between them. When he felt that the distance was enough, he began to counterattack. The long blade slashed out. The blade light pierced through the air. It was frighteningly cold, as if it could split a mountain in half. The black bear didn't have any intention of dodging. He allowed the blade to slash on his body. Only a few black bear hairs were cut off, but he wasn't injured at all. Of defense was extremely shocking. He lifted his leg again and took a big step forward. Immediately, he bent his leg slightly and suddenly exerted force. With a bang, as the 100 Battles arena shook, the big black bear turned into a huge black shadow. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, it carried a terrifying aura that could shatter mountains as it charged towards the opponent. The aura locked down, making it difficult for the saber-wielding human saint to breathe. He could not dodge, so he could only circulate all of his strength. He held the saber hilt with one hand and pressed the back of the saber with the other. He raised the saber vertically in front of him and squatted down slightly. He shifted his center of gravity downwards and unleashed all of his strength. It turned into an enormous saber light that covered his entire body. This was a defensive saber technique. The black light collided with each other. It was incomparably tyrannical and its power was peerless. It shook the heavens and the earth. Without the slightest bit of luck, it ruthlessly collided with the huge saber light. A cracking sound was heard, and it was incomparably ear-piercing. The huge saber light shattered like glass and sputtered in all directions. The human with the long saber's arms trembled, and his chi and blood surged. He couldn't hold on any longer and was sent flying backward. He hurriedly used this force to offset the force of the collision, but he also suffered internal injuries and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Originally, Tyrant Bear's strength was on par with him, but after using the complete beast transformation talent secret technique, his strength skyrocketed and became very terrifying. His defense increased greatly, and he was able to resist the slashes of his long saber. A single collision had directly injured him. With a single collision, the long-bladed human was sent flying and injured. The black bear then pushed its paw forward. Instantly, an earth-shattering whistling sound filled the air. The terrifying power was like an invisible wall, oppressing everyone in the distance. Even the people in the distance could feel the pressure of that palm. Tyrant Bear is very strong, Fu Qingqi said solemnly. I'm not confident that I can defeat him. Chumu nodded and didn't say anything. Tyrant Bear's strength after his complete beast transformation was indeed shocking. He had reached the level of a peak Supreme Saint. However, if Chumu used his full strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat him. Simply put, as long as his opponent's strength hadn't reached the level of a half-step Great Emperor, Chumu didn't need to use the true secret of human Tao. He could fight or even defeat him. Under Tyrant Bear's palm, the long-bladed human was forced back again. He was constantly suppressed until he reached the edge of the arena. Saber shattering the starry river. As the long-bladed human was retreating, he kept accumulating his aura. He raised all his strength and used his ultimate saber technique. Saber shattering the starry river. As the saber slashed down, a huge saber light tore through the sky. Under the saber light, there were countless shattered specks of starlight. It was as if the starlight river had been shattered by this saber. It was dazzling. Ursa Smash. The names of the beastmen's martial techniques were usually very simple, but they were the simplest of great Tao. The name was simple, but its power was shocking, especially when it was in complete beast transformation. It was even more terrifying. After the Ursa Smash was used, a 10-meter-tall shadow of a giant bear appeared behind the big black bear. The giant bear's shadow roared at the sky. Its aura shook the heavens and earth. It made people feel as if they had returned to the desolate era. Immediately after, the giant bear's shadow behind the big black bear glowed. The giant bear's paws closed together. At the same time, the big black bear's paws closed together. The big black bear's paws seemed to synchronize with the giant bear shadow's paws. There was a connection between the two, and a terrifying power surged. Then the big black bear and the giant bear shadow's paws suddenly slapped forward. It was like a 1,000-meter-long wave crashing against a cliff, shattering a mountain, sweeping across the sky. It collided with the saber light. The giant saber light, surrounded by countless fragments of starlight, shattered under the giant bear shadow's attack. The giant bear shadow trembled and became fainter. However, it still slapped towards the human with the long saber. Unable to dodge or evade, the human with the long saber was sent flying. He vomited blood and suffered heavy internal injuries. He had completely lost the ability to fight. Tyrant Bear, 80 consecutive victories. Human, wait until you have 79 consecutive victories. Then I will defeat you. The big black bear retreated and turned into Tyrant Bear's original form. His domineering gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Chumu's face. He said in a low, muffled voice. This meant that he didn't want Chumu to obtain 80 consecutive victories. That depends on whether you have the strength to do so. Chumu replied unhurriedly, Humph. Tyrant Bear snorted and left the 100 battles arena. He had already obtained 80 consecutive victories. He had used up a lot of energy and didn't intend to continue fighting. As soon as Tyrant Bear left, other people immediately went up the arena and continued to challenge. A bloody light flashed and appeared on the 7th floor of the human tower. The 5 great emperors were shocked and looked over. Their eyes narrowed and revealed a pondering look. After 3 breaths, the 5 great emperors seemed to have recalled the person's identity. They couldn't help but tremble and reveal a shocked expression at the same time. Blood, blood. The white-robed great emperor was so shocked that he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Blood, blood hand. The green-robed great emperor was the same. Blood, great emperor. The black-robed great emperor gasped and forced out a complete sentence. That was how the person addressed him. The other 2 great emperors had already guessed the person's identity. However, when they heard the name, their bodies trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. The reaction of the 5 great emperors was enough to show how extraordinary the person was. The person who had arrived was wearing a bright red robe, as if it was dyed in blood. It was extremely bright and gave off a dazzling feeling when looking at it. His long black hair fluttered in the wind and covered half of his face. If one looked closely, one would find that his pupils were dark red. It looked very strange. This person looked very young, as if he was less than 30 years old. However, he was actually more than 100 years old. Blood Hand, Great Emperor. Once they heard the name, they knew that the person in red robe was a great emperor, at least a great emperor in the first step. The 5 great emperors looked at the red-robed man with awe and admiration. Their hearts were filled with an indescribable awe and a trace of fear. This was because they knew that the Blood Hand Great Emperor was no pushover. In just 100 years, he had earned the title of Blood Hand with his amazing means and strength. All his enemies would die in his hands. This was a name that was forged with the blood of his enemies. To be able to achieve the strength of a first-step great sovereign in 100 years, he was undoubtedly a genius, a peerless genius. Not all prodigies could reach the first-step great emperor realm in just over 100 years. Most prodigies couldn't do it. Only a small number of prodigies could do it through their own efforts and luck. However, any prodigy who could do it would be more outstanding than the other prodigies. It was said that the Blood Hand Great Emperor's robe was originally white. The reason why it turned red was because of the blood of countless powerful enemies. It was a symbol and a deterrent. Blood Hand's name was forged by killing countless people. This was one of the reasons why the 5 great emperors were in awe of him. They couldn't help it. After all, they were just ordinary great emperors. Chapter 2155. Who's Chu Mu? The Blood Hand Emperor glanced at the 5 great emperors and asked. His voice was filled with disdain, causing the 5 great emperors to shiver uncontrollably, as if a cold intent was spreading throughout their bodies. He's on the 5th floor. The white-robed great emperor replied. They seemed to have thought of something, and revealed a complicated expression. Who's Chu Mu? The Blood Hand Emperor's voice resounded from the 5th floor. Unlike before, it wasn't as cold as before. I am. Chu Mu quickly responded. Please come to the 7th floor. The Blood Hand Emperor spoke again, but the coldness in his voice had weakened. Chu Mu returned to the 7th floor. The first thing he saw was a blood-red figure. Because it was too eye-catching, it had become the center of attention. Chu Mu first performed a sword salute to the original 5 great emperors. Then he performed a sword salute to the blood-red figure because he could feel that this person's cultivation was far superior to his own. It was also superior to a half-step great emperor. This was a true great emperor realm expert. Moreover, it gave Chu Mu a feeling that this person's strength was definitely stronger than the other 5 great emperors present. In fact, even if the 5 great emperors teamed up, they might not be a match for this blood-red figure. Greetings, Senior. May I know why you're looking for me? Chu Mu asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Suddenly, the Blood Hand Emperor turned around and looked at Chu Mu. His dark red pupils fell on Chumu's face. In an instant, Chumu felt as if time and space were spinning. The world around him disappeared and was replaced by a blood-red river. That river crossed the void, rushing from one end to the other. The river of blood was composed of fresh blood. It emitted an overflowing stench of blood. As the river of blood rushed over, Chumu felt like he was about to be drowned. A bone-chilling feeling emerged from the depths of his soul, causing his hair to stand on end. Suddenly, a sword cry resounded. Sword light descended from the void, forcefully cutting the river apart. The scene in front of him changed again. He was still on the 7th floor of the human tower, facing the same blood-red figure. Everything before was like an illusion. However, Chumu knew that it wasn't an illusion. The opponent's powerful mind had caused him to sink into an illusion. It was the illusion of the opponent's Grand Tao. The Blood Hand Emperor didn't do it on purpose. He only needed a glance to trigger an illusion. This meant that the opponent's potential was shocking. Moreover, the opponent was able to break out from the illusion so quickly. This surprised the Blood Hand Emperor's eyes flashed with joy. "My name is Chu Shui," the Blood Hand Emperor said. The first sentence he said was his name, Chu Shui. Chu Mu was startled. He didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Shock appeared on his face. "Senior, you're from the Chu sect? If your surname is Chu, perhaps you'll call me senior brother in the future." Blood Hand Emperor Chu Shui smiled and said. The 5 great emperors revealed an as expected expression. Seeing the smile on Chu Shui's face, they couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. This was because they had all heard that the Blood Hand Emperor Chu Shui usually had a cold expression. At most, he would smile. Moreover, there were only 2 situations where he would smile. The first was when he was facing the Chu sect disciples. The second was when he was killing people. "Is your surname Chu? Can you verify it?" Chu Mu was curious. Of course. Chu Shui's tone was very certain. "You know the Chu sect, so you should know something about it. What do you think?" "All right." Chu Mu nodded. He was very interested in the Chu sect. Since someone had invited him, he naturally wanted to join. "However, I'll go after getting 100-win streak." 100-win streak. Chu Shui's eyes suddenly flashed. "All right, I didn't get 100-win streak back then. It's all up to you now." Chu Shui stayed on the 7th floor of the human tower. It seemed like he was planning to leave after Chu Mu got 100-win streak. This made the 5 great emperors very depressed. They suddenly felt very uncomfortable and awkward. Thinking about it, it made sense. To use an analogy, it was like 5 wolves gathered together. Suddenly, a tiger king appeared, and the 5 wolves became 5 lambs. How could they feel comfortable like that? Staying was awkward, but leaving wasn't the right thing to do. They could only wait and hope that Chu Mu could get 100-win streak as soon as possible so that they could be free. Although they were all first-step great emperors, there was a clear gap between their strength. Even if the 5 of them worked together, they wouldn't be Chu Shui's match. Therefore, Chu Shui didn't put them in his eyes at all. He directly ignored them. In his eyes, there was only Chu Mu. The 25th day, Chu Mu continued to accept challenges as the arena master. 79 wins in a row. With a pun, a tall and sturdy figure, like a large rock, landed heavily on the 100 battles arena and appeared in front of Chu Mu. With dark skin, a rugged face, and an incomparably muscular body, he was clearly a big guy. Human, I've said it before. Don't even think about getting 80 wins in a row. The newcomer was the Beastman race's genius who had gotten 80 wins in a row before, Tyrant Bear. "You can't," Chu Mu said, neither quickly nor slowly. The perishing sword turned into a ray of light and tore through the sky, instantly arriving. Demonic Bear Fist. With a furious roar, Tyrant Bear's fist, which was the size of a normal person's head, fiercely punched out. It was accompanied by a loud roar of a black bear. The sword light and the fist collided. Tyrant Bear ruthlessly charged towards Chumu. At the same time, Chumu also charged over with his sword. Tyrant Bear was best at close combat. His body was huge, his body was strong, and his strength was incomparably tyrannical. With a light wave of his hand, he had the power to split mountains and split the earth. It was extremely terrifying. The demonic bear fist that he cultivated was able to display his body's strength to the fullest. Normally, when an opponent of the same level as him was in close combat, most of them would be defeated by him. However, close combat was also what Chumu was best at. The cultivation of the truth-seeking technique allowed Chumu's physique to far surpass that of human cultivators of the same level. This was an advantage that belonged to him. The great true force was also an extremely powerful force. It allowed Chumu to become even stronger, and his close combat ability was further enhanced. However, Tyrant Bear's strength still surpassed Chumu's. After all, that was what he was best at. As for Chumu, after one clash, he was able to distinguish the difference in strength between the two of them. He slightly changed his method, from a direct clash to a skirmish. The sword light surrounded Tyrant Bear's body, looking for a flaw. Although Tyrant Bear's speed was not as fast as Chumu's, he was incomparably proficient in the demonic bear fist. He had long grasped the essence of the demonic bear fist. After each battle, he gradually modified and perfected it, becoming more compatible with his body without any flaws. A powerful martial art was one that was truly compatible with one's body. It could display one's strength to the fullest, and it could also diffuse one's inadequacies. Even if it could not make up for it, it could do its best to avoid it. Tyrant Bear was a genius at the Heaven's Pride level. His talent was extraordinary and his comprehension was not bad. For a moment, the two sides were neck and neck. The battle was extremely intense and exciting. Chu Shui had been watching the battle between Chumu and Tyrant Bear the entire time. He himself was a genius at the Heaven's Pride level. He could tell that both Chumu and the Heaven's Pride of the Bear clan were very talented and powerful. It was difficult to determine who was stronger at the moment, and it did not seem that easy to determine the victor. Chu Shui's cultivation was profound, and he was powerful. His eyesight was even more shocking, but he still failed to see through Chumu's concealment. "Human, you're quite strong," Tyrant Bear roared. He used his full strength and threw out a punch. Its power was even more shocking. Chumu could only use the power of the celestial sword runes. After all, Tyrant Bear's cultivation was above his. His full strength was completely at the level of a Supreme Saint Master, and it was not weak either. Chumu could only use the power of the celestial sword runes as he purposefully hid his own strength. Even if he used the power of the celestial sword runes, he could only barely fight to a draw with Tyrant Bear. He was mainly relying on his superb sword technique and superb sword skills. A natural sword cultivator, Chu Shui commented after observing. "Fight, fight, fight." The Tyrant Bear used its tyrannical strength to unceasingly bombard Chumu. However, Chumu's performance was incomparably tenacious. He forcibly withstood the Tyrant Bear's attacks time and time again, finding a suitable time to counterattack. Each counterattack was incisive, interrupting the Tyrant Bear's gradually forming offensive, forcing it to start over again. However, Chumu also found it very difficult to form a combo. After all, Tyrant Bear was indeed much stronger than him. However, Chumu was extremely tenacious. No matter how Tyrant Bear attacked, he did not collapse. It was impossible to determine who would win in the end. After all, both sides were Heaven's Prides. They could not be judged by common sense. Beast transformation. With a furious roar, Tyrant Bear directly used his complete beast transformation. His body swelled to 3 meters. Black hair drilled out from under his skin. His head, limbs, torso, and so on also rapidly changed. He changed from the shape of a human to the shape of a big black bear. Previously, when he saw Tyrant Bear's complete beast transformation, it was from the perspective of a bystander. He did not feel it so clearly. However, this time he was facing Tyrant Bear directly. The big black bear's aura after its complete beast transformation was monstrous. It was incomparably heavy and domineering. It made Chumu feel as if he had returned to the ancient wilderness and was facing an ancient savage beast. After its complete beast transformation, Tyrant Bear's strength had at least doubled. Doubling might not sound like much, but if one thought about it, one would know that it was very shocking. For example, if both sides had a strength value of 1,000 and one was doubled, that would be 2,000. The difference between 1,000 and 2,000 was huge, so much so that it could even be a crushing difference. Seeing Tyrant Bear's complete beast transformation and feeling the terrifying aura impact and suppression, Chumu's body sank. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. He knew that the absolute difference in strength made it difficult for him to fight against Tyrant Bear. He had to show more strength. There were two choices. One was to use a secret art, the true secrets of human Tao. If his potential was stimulated, he would definitely be able to defeat Tyrant Bear. The other was to release a part of his hidden strength. Chapter 2156. Demonic Bear Fist. Demonic Bear shatters the mountain. Xiongba punched out as he roared. His huge fist roared with a terrifying roar, as if it could shatter a mountain. He punched towards Chumu. This attack was extremely powerful, directly reaching the peak of the Supreme Saint Exalt level. What a powerful aura! The power of a complete beast is truly terrifying. The spectators all cried out in surprise. Facing Xiongba's powerful punch, Chumu's expression turned solemn. He took a deep breath, and suddenly a powerful aura surged out from his body, immediately making everyone's expression change. At the same time, the power of the celestial sword runes was stopped. It felt like there was a hidden power in Chumu's body that had never been used, and it was only unleashed at the crucial moment. It was shockingly powerful. Indeed, Chumu had chosen to reveal his hidden strength. As for the true secret of human Tao, it was a secret technique. Once it was used, it could not be used a second time within a short period of time. It could only be used at the crucial moment. The punch arrived. The huge fist energy was like a roaring, demonic bear's head. It opened its mouth and bit towards Chumu. At the same time, Chumu, who had released his hidden strength, raised the perishing sword and instantly slashed out. The fifth level of the sky-shattering cloud sword technique. It was also a 5-kilometer-long sword light, but the power of this attack was far greater than before. What a powerful sword light! Is this human using a secret technique? He should be. Thanks to Chumu's hidden strength, most people thought that Chumu had used some kind of secret technique. Only a few people were doubtful, wondering whether it was a secret technique or hidden strength. If it was a secret technique, it wouldn't be a big deal. It would only mean that the secret technique was powerful. However, if it was a hidden strength, the meaning behind it would be completely different. It would be much more complicated, and it would also be incomparably shocking. Is it strength? Chu Shui frowned slightly. Between a secret technique and a hidden strength, he was more inclined towards the hidden strength. The condensed sword light slashed down, instantly shattering the fist energy of Xiongba's demonic bear fist. The remaining power didn't stop attacking Xiongba. This result was completely out of Xiongba's expectations. But Xiongba's strength was tyrannical, and his battle experience was incomparably plentiful. Reacting quickly, he launched another punch, and after shattering the sword light, he abruptly launched the demonic bear mountain-crushing martial technique. His whole body turned into a mass of black radiance, just like a huge black meteorite. With astonishing speed, under the shaking of the 100 Battles arena, he ferociously charged at Chumu. He raised his sword, and a touch of blue filled the air. Tao-seeking sword art, deep blue world. The 100-meter wide, dark blue world seemed to squeeze out of nothingness and instantly descended. A terrifying suppressive power descended, causing the ferocious tyrant bear's body to slightly pause, and its speed was evidently affected. Sword art of Tao-seeking, heaven and earth line. White horse swordsmanship. White horse crosses the rift. The sword light tore through the air, its speed reaching the limits of an supreme saint. It was incomparably fast, and there was no way to dodge it. The sword directly struck Xiongba, but Xiongba's fur had astonishing defensive power, directly negating the power of the sword. However, the sword wasn't completely useless. It caused Xiongba's speed to decrease again. Soon after, the next sword followed closely. The 5,000-meter wide sword light condensed and slashed down instantly. It was the 5th level of the sky-shattering cloud sword technique. The tyrannical sword strike was astonishingly powerful. When it landed on Xiongba's body, it actually sent his huge body flying backward. So powerful! Many people suddenly stood up after Xiongba fully shape-shifted. His strength had reached the level of a peak supreme saint. His defensive power was astonishing, and he could actually block the attacks of a peak supreme saint. His overall strength was astonishing. However, his opponent could actually send Xiongba flying with a single sword strike. His strength was unimaginable. After sending Xiongba flying, Chumu didn't give him any chance. The next sword followed closely. The consecutive moves of the Wen Dao sword technique were also unleashed. With his full strength, Chumu's strength reached the peak of a supreme saint. He was very powerful. Using the power of a peak supreme saint to perform the Wen Dao sword technique, the power of each move of the Wen Dao sword technique was even stronger. After the consecutive moves, the power of the next move would continuously increase. 8 consecutive moves. Under the 8th sword, Xiongba was sent flying again. This time, he flew hundreds of feet away. There was a meter-long wound on his body, and it was so deep that his bones could be seen. This injury wasn't light, but Xiongba stood up and didn't retreat. He counterattacked again. Giant bear strike. Xiongba roared angrily. A 10-meter-long giant bear shadow rose behind him. The bear clasped its paws together, and then it struck out fiercely. When the 10-meter-long giant bear shadow struck out with its paws, the power was extremely terrifying. It surpassed the peak of a supreme saint and reached the peak of a supreme saint. This attack was the strongest attack that Tyrant Bear could muster with all of his strength. Facing this attack, facing the 10-meter-long giant bear shadow, Chumu wasn't afraid at all. Light flashed in his eyes, and then his terrifying murderous intent surged out, twisting together. Xiongba's final attack aroused Chumu's strong desire. He wanted to defeat Xiongba. Moreover, he wanted to defeat Xiongba with an absolute advantage. The Li Perishing Sword was swung out. It seemed to cut open the space. The blood-stained sword became blood-red. Terrifying murderous intent and murderous intent all merged into the sword. Lifeless sword technique. This sword's power directly surpassed the peak of a supreme saint. It was at the level of a half-step great emperor. As Chumu swung his sword, the great emperors on the 7th floor of the tower couldn't sit still. Even the Blood Hand Emperor Chu Shui suddenly stood up. He was only at the high 3rd refining of the exceptional realm, but he could swing a sword at the level of a half-step great emperor. Even if it was the weakest half-step great emperor, it was still extremely shocking. If this was not a result of the secret technique, but his own true strength, then there was only one possible explanation: an exceptional prodigy. Thinking of this, the hearts of the great emperors trembled. Their hearts couldn't help but beat wildly. Even a first-step great emperor like Chu Shui couldn't control his excitement. It could be seen from his slightly trembling hands. If a prodigy could grow up, he could rule over a region. However, once an exceptional prodigy grew up, he could even affect the rise and fall of a race. For example, many years ago, the Bin tribe was just a small tribe. However, because of the birth of a peerless genius who had unparalleled talent and strength, the Bin tribe slowly grew from a small tribe to a large tribe. Of course, this process couldn't be replicated. It would take a very long time, at least tens of thousands of years. It wouldn't be strange for it to take hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. However, it also showed the importance of exceptional prodigies. If it was proven that this person was an exceptional prodigy, everything would be different. Lifeless sword technique arrived. Under the blood-red sword light, the 10-meter-tall giant bear phantom couldn't resist at all. It was directly cut in half by Chu Mu's sword. The remaining power of the blood-red sword light was still strong. It seemed to have cut open the giant bear phantom without using much strength. It continued to attack Xiongba. In the face of Chu Mu's sword, Xiongba couldn't do anything no matter how unwilling he was. This was because the Ursa Smash had used up all of his strength. He couldn't even maintain his shape-shifting. In fact, he knew very well that even if he was in his peak state, he wouldn't be able to resist this sword. This was because the power of this sword had surpassed the level of a supreme, sacred master. It had reached a higher level, half-step great emperor. As the blood-red sword light passed, Xiongba's body flew out. Blood splattered across the sky. He landed heavily on the ground. He was too injured to get up. Chu Mu won. He had won 80 consecutive victories. Brother Chu, congratulations. Fu Qingqi transmitted his voice to Chu Mu's ears. After 80 consecutive victories, Chu Mu stopped being the arena master. The aura on his body quickly fell, like a rising tide falling. It even fell to an even lower point than usual. Moreover, it fluctuated, making people feel a bit unstable. It was as if his aura had become weak and unsteady. It is indeed some kind of secret technique. What a powerful secret technique. It can actually increase one's strength by so much. Most people saw the change in Chu Mu's aura and immediately made a judgment. They thought that Chu Mu had used some kind of powerful secret technique to increase his strength by so much to defeat Xiongba. Seeing Chu Mu's pale face and the fatigue in his eyes, they were even more certain that their judgment was correct. After making this judgment, they heaved a sigh of relief. This was because increasing one's strength by using a secret technique wasn't true strength. This person was still a prodigy of the human race. He wasn't a peerless prodigy. Soon after, they were envious of the secret technique Chu Mu had used. Perhaps there was a high price to pay every time such a secret technique was used. However, when used at a critical moment, it could save one's life or even turn the situation around. Most people thought that Chu Mu had used some kind of powerful secret technique to increase his strength by so much and finally defeat Xiongba. However, a few people still had doubts. They weren't sure if that was his true strength or if he had really relied on some kind of powerful secret technique. However, Chu Mu's aura had weakened quite a bit. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with unconcealable fatigue. It seemed that this was the side effect of using some kind of secret technique. This was also Chu Mu's idea. He had displayed his full strength. However, Chu Mu's goal wasn't 80 consecutive victories, but 100 consecutive victories. Therefore, he purposely hid his strength and acted as if he had overdrawn his strength, making people think that it was caused by some kind of secret technique. This was also beneficial for him to hide his true strength. It also had a misleading effect on others. Chu Xuezheng was one of the few people who was suspicious and guessing. He wanted to directly ask Chu Mu, but in the end he didn't. Whether it was his true strength or some kind of powerful secret technique, it was still a secret. Perhaps he would find out in the future. There was no need to ask now. As soon as Chu Mu left the 100 Battles arena, another person immediately went up and became the arena master. Chapter 2157. The 100-win streak was the ultimate goal, but there were very few people who could achieve it because it was too difficult. It was already very shocking to be able to achieve an 80-win streak. The news spread like a piece of paper to the various races. 80-win streak. Another genius has appeared in the human race. It's really a blessing for the human race. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the human race's territory. In a short period of time, the name Chu Mu was widely known. It's said that his goal is to achieve a 100-win streak. Another piece of news came out, making people even more excited. It was already very difficult to achieve an 80-win streak, but he wanted to achieve a 100-win streak. A 100-win streak was an honor that anyone who had achieved a 100-win streak in the 100 Battles arena would want to achieve. However, there were too few people who had achieved this honor since ancient times. 80-win streak. He wants to achieve a 100-win streak. On the highest floor of a magnificent restaurant, there were two people sitting opposite each other by the window. On the table was a pot of wine, 2 flawless white jade wine cups, and several exquisite dishes that looked delicious. One of them was a young man with long hair casually tied into a ponytail. He had a smile on his face as he looked at the person sitting opposite him. This person had long hair and wore a golden feather crown on his head. There was a golden red pearl on the feather crown that emitted a slight fluctuation. It was very mysterious. At first glance, his appearance was very ordinary. His eyes were eyes, his nose was nose, and his mouth was mouth. However, at second glance, one would discover that the combination of his facial features gave off a very masculine feeling. He can't achieve a 100-win streak. This person raised his white jade cup and drank it in one gulp. He spoke neither too fast nor too slow, but his tone had a shocking certainty, as if what he said was the truth. Brother Tian Shao is planning to take action. The ponytailed young man smiled cynically. Let's see if he's qualified. Li Tianxiao said. He was one of the 3 people who had achieved a 90-win streak in the 100 Battles arena recently. As for the other 2, one had failed to achieve a 100-win streak, and the other had given up. He was the only one left. After the 90th win streak, Li Tianxiao left. Only now did he reappear in the 100 Battles domain. What he didn't expect was that, as soon as he arrived, he would hear the news that a new genius had appeared in the human race. Moreover, this genius had obtained an 80th win streak and wanted to challenge the 100th win streak. This piqued his interest. If the other party could obtain a 90-win streak, there might be a battle between them. Brother Tian Shao, I'm going to the 100 Battles Sky City to take a look at this new prodigy of the human race. Do you want to come along? The ponytailed young man smiled. Let's go. Li Tianxiao stood up. 100 Battles Sky City, 100 Battles Arena. Chu Mu had been here for more than a month. And now, Chu Mu once again ascended the 100 Battles Arena and became the arena lord, continuing to issue challenges. 81 consecutive victories had opened the curtains to today's intense battles. 2 more people appeared on the 5th floor of the human tower. When everyone saw them, they were first stunned, then their expressions changed greatly. Li Tianxiao actually appeared. After disappearing for more than a year, he's back. I think they're here for Chu Mu. Not only Li Tianxiao, but Yang Tianwen is here too. In my opinion, Li Tianxiao is most likely here for Chu Mu because of what he said before. As for Yang Tianwen, he's probably here to take a look out of curiosity. After all, he failed to challenge the 100 Battles arena, so it's not strange that he wants to see the person who's going to challenge the 100 Battles arena. The arrival of Li Tianxiao and the ponytailed young man, Yang Tianwen, attracted the attention of many people and caused them to discuss. However, these discussions were all in low voices, but Li Tianxiao and Yang Tianwen naturally heard them clearly. They just ignored them. The 2 of them directly looked at Chu Mu in the 100 Battles arena, as if they wanted to see through Chu Mu. Chu Mu could also feel their gazes. They were very sharp, but it did not affect his battle. In the 82nd battle, Chu Mu's opponent was a supreme, sacred master expert. After consecutive battles, Chu Mu's opponents were not weak, which had a great effect on training Chu Mu, especially his sword skills, which had improved further. He also comprehended more of the essence of the Tao-seeking sword principle. The Tao-seeking sword principle inquired about the great Tao, the heavenly Tao, and nature. Limitless sword principles, limitless manifestation. Wherever the sword light passed, the sword light would split into infinity. Every ray of sword light was a change, and thousands of sword lights would bring thousands of changes. It was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Under the sword, Chu Mu's opponent could only defend and retreat. As he retreated, Chu Mu seized the opportunity and slashed down. The 5-kilometer sword light stirred up the clouds and shattered the sky. It was extremely domineering. It slashed directly at the opponent's body. Immediately after, it was the combo of the Tao-seeking sword principle. However, when it came to the 5th combo, Chu Mu's opponent could not resist and was defeated. 82 consecutive victories. His strength is not bad. Moreover, I can't see through his sword skills. The ponytailed youth, Yang Tianwen, had a faint smile on his face. He looked frivolous, as if he had seen through everything. However, he was not as casual as he looked on the surface. This was because he realized that the sword skills that his opponent had used were filled with a mysterious aura. It was as if they were pointing to the great Tao. He could not see through them, not to mention seeing through them. He could not even see through some of the mysteries within them. Li Tian Xiao did not speak, but a golden-red light flashed in his eyes. The 83rd battle began. Chu Mu's opponent was from the Bin clan. His arms turned into giant axes, and an extremely violent attack was immediately launched. The axes were connected one after another, wildly slashing at Chu Mu. It was as if there was no end. It was a head-on clash. Chu Mu used his own tyrannical strength and the power of the sky-shattering cloud sword principle to clash with his opponent. Time after time, sparks were as bright as fireworks. The ear-piercing sound shook everyone's eardrums. It was as if the invisible sword qi was about to tear them apart. It made people feel uncomfortable, but at the same time their hearts were stirred up. This kind of head-on violent collision made people's blood boil. After a series of collisions, both sides were evenly matched. However, at this moment, Chu Mu's sword light suddenly exploded and became even more powerful. He slashed down with his sword light, using a clever combination of strength and brute force. He immediately shook off the giant axes of the Bin clan. Then, the sword light went straight for the body of the Bin clan member. The Bin clan member reacted quickly and quickly retreated. At the same time, his giant axes turned into small axes and blocked in front of his chest like a shield. He blocked Chu Mu's slash and used the force to quickly retreat. The small axes turned into giant axes and slashed down. A huge light seemed to be able to split a mountain. After a series of head-on clashes, Chu Mu grasped that his opponent's strength was very strong and was not inferior to his own. It was impossible to defeat his opponent with brute force. He quickly changed his fighting style and used skill to break through the opponent's strength. The sword light rushed forward. Its speed was fast, and there were many changes. His opponent was dazzled and could not tell whether it was real or fake. Using boundless nature, the changes were further enhanced. Then, the sky-shattering cloud sword principle slashed down. 83rd consecutive victory. Then, the 84th battle began. Chu Mu defeated his opponent again and obtained an 84th consecutive victory. 85th consecutive victory. 86th consecutive victory. 87th consecutive victory. 88th consecutive victory. 89th consecutive victory. After the 89th consecutive victory, the crowd became even more excited. The battles in the 100 Battles arena were based on a winning streak of 10 consecutive victories. On one hand, there would be rewards for winning 10 consecutive victories or more than 10 consecutive victories. On the other hand, there would be rewards. Therefore, the various clans would think of ways to attack the arena masters of the other clans and prevent them from obtaining a complete winning streak. Because of this, Every battle with 10 consecutive victories or a multiple of 10 consecutive victories would be even more exciting. For example, there would be 70 consecutive victories or 80 consecutive victories. Today, Chu Mu wanted to challenge the 90th consecutive victory. If he succeeded, it would mean that he would be the fourth person to achieve a 90th consecutive victory in the 100 battles arena. Not only would he be able to obtain a large amount of rewards, it would also be a great honor. His name would spread throughout the 100 battles arena, and countless people would know of him. The 90th battle did not start so quickly because no one had challenged Chu Mu yet. This was very important. Therefore, the various clans did not dare to send out people easily. Simply speaking, this was like a gamble. If the number of people sent out wasn't enough, they would be defeated, allowing the other party to obtain a 90-win streak. But if they could defeat the other party, they would become the focus of attention, becoming famous throughout the 100 battles realm. After a few breaths, a genius from the Vajra clan fell like a meteor, causing the 100 battles arena to shake. This person had the strength of a supreme sacred master, and his defensive power was extremely shocking. "Human, I will defeat you." The supreme sacred master from the Vajra clan roared as soon as he appeared. His voice was loud and his momentum was shocking. Those who were timid would even feel weak and powerless from his roar. This was because this roar was mysterious. It could intimidate the enemy and also increase one's own momentum. With a roar, the supreme sacred master from the Vajra clan immediately threw out a punch. A metal-like fist force tore through the air with unparalleled power. It was extremely domineering as it blasted towards Chu Mu. It was as if it could shatter Chu Mu's body with a single punch. Facing this supreme sacred master from the Vajra clan, Chu Mu's momentum burst out once again and rose steadily. The sword light was raised. After drawing a perfect arc in the air that was filled with power, it slashed out like a falling meteor. Interesting. Feeling Chu Mu's abruptly rising aura, Yang Tianwen and Li Tianxiao's eyes flashed with a glint. He's using that secret technique again. Even if he uses that secret technique, he might not be able to win. You should know that his opponent this time has the strength of a supreme, sacred master. Once he uses the Vajra body, his defensive power will be even stronger. An ordinary supreme, sacred master's attack will not be able to break through at all. As Chu Mu revealed his hidden strength, the power of his sword technique also rose. The attack of each sword became stronger and more terrifying. An even more intense battle was about to begin. Chapter 2158. Vajra body. A metallic luster filled his entire body. He looked like he was made of gold and was filled with shocking power. Vajra's wrath. When he used the second talent technique, a powerful aura shook the surroundings. It was extremely shocking. The Vajra expert's strength increased even further after using the two talent techniques. He was infinitely close to a half-step Great Emperor, which gave Chu Mu a lot of pressure. That's good, Chu Mu thought. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. Those were the flames of battle. Without using the true secrets of human path, his normal strength was at the limit of a supreme saint. He was close to a half-step Great Emperor. This was similar to his opponent who had used the two talent techniques. Nature of the world. There were layers upon layers of sword light with endless transformations. It was hard to tell the real from the fake. The Vajra expert snorted coldly. He ignored his opponent's sword light and used his tough body after using the Vajra body to block it. He forcefully blocked the countless sword light. He used the Vajra fist and threw out punch after punch. Each punch flickered with golden light. They were filled with fury and terrifying power. They wanted to shatter everything. Fight, fight, fight. The collision of power, the clash of techniques, the combination of power and speed, the combination of power, speed, and technique. Everyone was mesmerized by this. Nature of the nature of the nature of the nature, sword technique. Chu Mu used it again. Countless sword light changed again. It reached an even more shocking level. After many battles and using it, Chu Mu's comprehension increased again and again. Nature of the nature had finally surpassed Shang's and reached perfection. Nature of the nature of the nature that had just reached perfection still had great potential to be unearthed. Chu Mu used nature of the nature again. The sword light had countless changes. Under perfection, it was even more mysterious. However, the supreme saint of the Vajra clan used his tough body to block Chu Mu's sword light again and again. He countered with the Vajra fist again and again. However, after reaching perfection, nature of the nature of the nature was not only filled with countless changes, but it also had a clear, confusing effect. It caused the supreme saint of the Vajra clan's punches to miss. 10,000 things in the world. 10,000 things in the world. 10,000 things in the world. Chu Mu used myriad manifestations of nature 10 times in a row. The all-encompassing nature was a sword move that paid particular attention to changes. It pursued endless changes and was not outstanding in terms of lethality. The purpose of Chu Mu's continuous use of the all-encompassing nature was not to use this move to defeat his opponent, but to use the pressure that his opponent brought to him to hone himself, so that this move would become more and more perfect until there were no flaws. Every time it was used, the next omniscient nature would definitely be improved. Again and again, the battle reached a stalemate. What is he trying to do? Such a sword move is indeed filled with variations and can be said to be incomparably profound. However, its offensive power is not outstanding at all, not to mention using it 10 times. Even if it is used 100 times or 1,000 times, it is likely that it will not be able to break through the opponent's defense. The thoughts of geniuses are always different from ordinary people. Chu Mu was still using the myriad manifestations of nature amidst the heated discussion. Although he was unable to break through the Vajra clan cultivator's defense, he was able to prevent the other party from launching an accurate counterattack against him. This was the 30th time of using the boundless nature sword light. Countless sword light spread out in all directions, containing infinite variations. Suddenly, Chu Mu's aura changed abruptly. It was as if 10,000 rivers were returning to the current. Countless sword light brought along innumerable variations, and all of them gathered together within a breath. It was as if countless swords were condensed into one. Sun Luo sword technique. 10,000 things become one. Tens of thousands of sword light converged into one, and countless transformations were also integrated into one. The pure technique was instantly transformed into an attack, and the sword slashed out according to the flaws on the body of the Vajra clan's family planning bureau expert. This was a sword strike that had undergone extreme transformations. It was a sword strike that had returned to its original simplicity. This sword strike immediately made people's eyes light up, and they couldn't help but stand up. All right. After the endless transformations, it's actually such an amazing move. Amazing. Many great emperors clapped their hands and exclaimed. Strictly speaking, the myriad manifestations coalescence wasn't focused on attacking power, because the myriad manifestations sword technique itself wasn't a sword technique that focused on killing. The myriad manifestations coalescence was focused on transformations, and the myriad manifestations coalescence was to combine all the transformations into one sword strike after the extreme transformations. This sword strike was targeted at the opponent's flaws. No flaws? Then he would use the myriad manifestations coalescence to create flaws. The sword light pierced through the air and pierced the Vajra clan's supreme saint's ribs. Immediately, the supreme saint's body trembled, and the metallic luster on his body quickly receded. His Vajra body was instantly broken. The Vajra body brought about strong defense and powerful strength. After it was broken, the Vajra clan's supreme saint's powerful aura started to decline, and his strength was affected. After breaking the Vajra body with one strike, Chu Mu's second strike followed closely. It was the path-seeking, sword technique. Seizing the opportunity, he performed several moves. One after another, he kept pushing back the Vajra clan's supreme saint. After the ninth strike, the Vajra clan's supreme saint's body trembled and flew back. He was defeated. 90 consecutive wins. Impressive. He's won 90 consecutive wins. He's qualified to achieve 100 consecutive wins. Not necessarily. It's very difficult to achieve 100 consecutive wins. Maybe he'll be defeated before he reaches the 100 consecutive wins. Since ancient times, there had been many people who had achieved 100 consecutive wins, but most of them had failed on the way. For example, Yang Tianwen had been trying to achieve 100 consecutive wins, but he'd been defeated in the 95th battle. After the 90 consecutive wins, Chu Mu didn't continue to challenge. Instead, he chose to rest. After 10 consecutive battles, his opponents were all very strong, so he'd used up a lot of energy. Let's get to know each other. I'm Yang Tianwen, the ponytailed youth said to Chu Mu with a smile. Chu Mu introduced himself. He's Li Tianshao. Yang Tianwen pointed to the person beside him and said, if you're trying to achieve 100 consecutive wins, you might have to fight him. Yang Tianwen said that in front of Chu Mu and Li Tianshao. Li Tianshao looked at Chu Mu calmly, but there seemed to be a domineering aura in his eyes. It was an indescribable aura that wanted to crush Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu looked indifferent and didn't move at all. You're quite strong, but you won't be able to achieve 100 consecutive wins, Li Tianshao said calmly as if he was stating a fact. I'll wait and see, Chu Mu said with a smile. Yang Tianwen still had a smile on his face. Brother Chu, what are the names of the 2 sword techniques that you're using? Yang Tianwen asked as if he was familiar with Chu Mu. Sanluo sword technique and Dao seeking, Chu Mu said. There was nothing he couldn't tell others about the names of the sword techniques. Of course, he wouldn't explain the sword techniques. Sanluo sword technique and Dao seeking sword technique. I've never heard of them. Yang Tianwen seemed to be talking to himself, but it also sounded like a question. Chu Mu didn't answer. Could he say that Sanluo sword technique was obtained by chance and Dao seeking sword technique was created by himself? There was no need for that. Chu Mu didn't answer. Yang Tianwen didn't look disappointed either. He didn't even care. On the 100 battles arena, a new battle began. Compared to Chu Mu's previous battle, it wasn't as exciting, but it was still worth watching. Chu Mu watched while recalling his previous 10 battles. In his mind, he slowly tasted them one by one. He felt that he was lacking and perfected them bit by bit. In the end, he focused on Sanluo sword technique. After many battles and many uses, Chu Mu's limitless sword arts, first move, limitless 10,000 forms, reached the Great Circle. Afterwards, he continued to improve upon the foundation of the Great Circle and comprehended the second move. 10,000 forms returned to one. Now, manifestation of nature unification wasn't perfect. It could only be regarded as a beginner's level. There was still a lot of room for improvement. In fact, Sanluo sword technique was very mysterious. Chu Mu estimated that it was at least a great emperor level sword technique. Therefore, not only did manifestation of nature unification have a lot of room for improvement, even manifestation of nature, which had been cultivated to perfection, could continue to be improved and further improved. Yang Tianwen found topics to chat with Chu Mu from time to time. Chu Mu only answered one sentence at a time. When it came to some important information, he simply skipped over or ignored it. Regarding this, Yang Tianwen didn't show any impatience or displeasure. He was always cheerful and frivolous. This was also his character. He was casual and didn't take many things to heart. Of course, if such a person was angry, it would be terrifying. Unlike Yang Tianwen, Li Tianshao was a man of few words. Except for one sentence when Chu Mu arrived, he didn't speak after that. In the 100 battles arena, there were people who won and became the champion, and people who lost and stepped down from the arena. There were constant battles, and the cycle continued. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Chu Mu stood up. Is he going to continue the challenge? Is he going to challenge for 100 consecutive victories? Seeing Chu Mu stand up, many people suddenly became excited. On one hand, it was because Chu Mu was very powerful. Every battle was very exciting. On the other hand, it was because Chu Mu wanted to challenge for 100 consecutive victories and not other consecutive victories. 100 consecutive victories was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Is he going to start? Yang Tianwen stared at Chu Mu's figure as he jumped up. A glint flashed across his eyes. Soon after, he stretched out his hand to touch his chin and revealed a smile. Don't be defeated midway. Li Tianxiao didn't say anything. His gaze was fixed on Chu Mu's figure. He wanted to see if Chu Mu was qualified enough for him to take action. Brother Chu, you must obtain 100 consecutive victories. Fu Qingqi thought. The Blood Hand Emperor, Chu Shui, also stared at Chu Mu. His gaze was filled with encouragement and hope. Of course, there were people who hoped that Chu Mu could successfully obtain 100 consecutive victories. There were also people who didn't want him to obtain 100 consecutive victories. This was especially true for the outsiders. They all hoped that Chu Mu would be defeated midway. This was because the reward for 100 consecutive victories was limited. Moreover, one could also gain great prestige. Chapter 2159. The first battle of Chu Mu's battle of 100 consecutive victories had begun. The first battle, which was the 91st battle, attracted everyone's attention. His opponent was still a supreme, sacred master. Although the battle was exciting, it did not reach the level that everyone wanted because there was a difference in their abilities. Chu Mu won. He won 91 consecutive victories. Soon, Chu Mu won 92 consecutive victories, 93 consecutive victories, 94 consecutive victories. Every additional consecutive victory made people exclaim in surprise. That was because every battle of the 100 consecutive victories was so thrilling, and the later it was, the more exciting it was. The 95th battle started. Chu Mu had used up a portion of his energy. Yang Tianwen's expression was even more focused because he had lost in this battle. Li Tianxiao's expression didn't change because up until now, the strength Chu Mu had displayed hadn't moved him. The opponent in the 95th battle was very strong. Chu Mu used 100% of his strength to fight with him. In the end, he defeated his opponent with the lifeless sword style. Once the lifeless sword style was used, its power surpassed the level of a supreme sacred master and reached the level of a half-great emperor. It attracted Li Tianxiao's interest and surprised Yang Tianwen. Of course, he was only surprised. The 96th battle started. It was as if the opponent wanted to exhaust Chu Mu's energy on purpose and not give him time to recover. 96 consecutive victories, 97 consecutive victories, 98 consecutive victories, 2 more battles. Everyone was excited. The 99th battle started. I didn't expect you to reach this stage. Chu Mu's new opponent smiled. It seemed that he admired Chu Mu very much. However, I won't hold back at all. Come. Chu Mu only said one word and pointed his sword at his opponent. An intense battle started immediately. They did not hold back at all as they clashed again and again. Exquisite sword skills and powerful martial arts were used. Fight, fight, fight. Suddenly, Chu Mu's opponent dodged his sword and quickly retreated to distance himself. Wait, he said, I admit defeat. His words shocked everyone, including Chu Mu. If we continue fighting, I won't be able to defeat you. I'll just be wasting more of your energy. That person smiled and said, It's been a long time since someone with a 100-win streak has appeared. You have hope, so I hope you can obtain a 100-win streak. Thank you, Chu Mu said. Just as his opponent had said, if the battle continued, Chu Mu would have to expend even more energy before he could defeat him. Thus, it was best for him to admit defeat. 99 consecutive victories. Everyone was excited. Above the 99 win streak was the 100 win streak. The final battle was the key to the 100 win streak. That was what attracted the crowd the most. Brotherly, it's your turn. Yang Tianwen smiled. Li Tianxiao stood up. His figure was like a beam of golden red light, streaking across the sky and appearing on the 100 battles arena. It's him. Li Tianxiao, he really came. The prodigies of the vast Sun Divine Palace are not comparable to ordinary prodigies. The 100th battle was already exciting, and the opponent was Li Tianxiao, a disciple of the vast Sun Divine Palace. This made them even more excited. If your strength is only so, then your 99 consecutive victories will be for naught, Li Tianxiao said bluntly. Chu Mu only smiled and did not refute because there was no need to. I'll give you half an hour to recover your energy, Li Tianxiao said again, full of confidence. However, his words surprised many people. Under normal circumstances, it was natural to hope that the opponent would expend as much energy as possible so that it would be easier to defeat them. However, Li Tianxiao did the opposite and gave his opponent time to recover. This method also showed Li Tianxiao's confidence and pride. He was unwilling to defeat someone who had expended too much energy. It was better not to fight. Chu Mu did not refuse. The 9 consecutive battles had indeed expended a lot of his energy. Li Tianxiao's strength was not to be underestimated, so he had to treat him with caution. Activating the truth-seeking technique, a large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth surged into Chu Mu's body. It was quickly converted into great true force and fed back to his sword Dao origin, allowing him to slowly recover. Half an hour was actually very short, but the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the 100 battles arena was frighteningly dense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth surged into Chu Mu's body like a storm, surrounding his body and rapidly converting it. Everyone was waiting. Soon, half an hour passed. Chu Mu's strength had recovered by about 30%. Adding the 50% from before, it was 80% of his peak. Have you recovered? Li Tianxiao asked. More or less. Chu Mu said 80% of his strength was enough to fight. Li Tianxiao did not care if Chu Mu was speaking the truth or not. He immediately made his move. With a casual wave of his palm, a red palm print broke through the air and blasted towards Chu Mu. An incomparably scorching power fluctuated like a landslide. Its power was astonishing. When Li Tianxiao made his move, Chu Mu also made his move. The sword light split the air. After the collision, Li Tianxiao's figure swayed and directly charged towards Chu Mu. His body was emitting a shockingly high temperature that burned the surrounding air. As he charged forward, Li Tianxiao's palms were burning with red flames. He repeatedly struck out. Each palm was extremely powerful and overbearing. Vast Sun Divine Palace's raging inferno palm is shockingly powerful. Someone recognized the palm technique used by Li Tianxiao. Raging Inferno Palm was one of the more basic palm techniques of Vast Sun Divine Palace. Although it was a basic technique, it was an absolute art for many people. It was a very famous palm technique in Vast Sun Divine Palace. When cultivated to a high level, flames would burn on both hands. The terrifying heat and power would cause severe consequences if one was hit. Li Tianxiao used Raging Inferno Palm to attack Chu Mu. Palm after palm, it seemed to be continuous. However, the power was extremely ferocious. The scorching heat made Chu Mu's face turn solemn. The Vast Sun Divine Palace was an extremely ancient power. Its founder was a demigod called the Vast Sun Sovereign. It was much older than the Sky Sword Godly Palace. Moreover, other than the Vast Sun Sovereign, the Vast Sun Divine Palace also had a second sovereign called the Brilliant Sun Sovereign. Without a doubt, Vast Sun Divine Palace was stronger than Sky Sword Overlord. After all, there was a difference between one sovereign and two sovereigns. Raging Inferno Palm was created by Vast Sun Sovereign. After generations of inheritance and modification, it was constantly perfected. Today, it had reached a stage where there were no flaws. Li Tianxiao's cultivation was profound, his strength was powerful, and his talent was outstanding. When he used Raging Inferno Palm, all kinds of mysteries were immediately displayed. It made Chu Mu feel like he was being grilled in a raging fire. It wasn't a good feeling. The high temperature of Raging Inferno Palm wasn't the same as ordinary flames. It was a special kind of fire elemental energy, cultivated by Vast Sun Divine Palace's cultivation technique. Under the Raging Inferno Palm, it would directly affect the surrounding air. It would become scorching hot and pressurize the target. It would constantly seep into Chumu's body and cause damage. If it was someone whose cultivation wasn't as good as Li Tianxiao, they would lose their fighting strength in less than 10 breaths when facing his Raging Inferno Palm. However, the profoundness of true seeking technique was unimaginable, and the power of great true force was even more shocking. Therefore, the high temperature of Raging Inferno Palm couldn't seep into Chumu's body and cause the slightest effect. Under the sword light, the high temperature of Raging Inferno Palm was immediately repelled. Li Tianxiao wasn't a sword cultivator. His cultivation was mainly based on his fists, palms, and fingers. His hands were his weapons. The Raging Inferno Palm continuously blasted out, but it couldn't do anything to Chumu. Li Tianxiao's expression didn't change. He suddenly changed his palm into a fist and blasted out. On the fist, there was a Raging Inferno, but it was more condensed than a palm technique. This was Raging Inferno Fist. Vast Sun Divine Palace had a few basic martial arts with simple names. For example, Raging Inferno Palm, Raging Inferno Fist, etc. The names were simple, but the power wasn't ordinary. The Raging Inferno Fist blasted towards Chumu. Immediately, Li Tianxiao's left hand changed. He extended his index finger, which was also burning with flames. It was incomparably blazing. With a slight tremble, the burning flames fluctuated and turned into a fiery red streamer, piercing through the air. This was Raging Inferno Finger. Raging Inferno Palm, Raging Inferno Fist, and Raging Inferno Finger were executed simultaneously. Under Li Tianxiao's hands, the 3 basic martial arts of Vast Sun Divine Palace were unleashed to the extreme. Chu Mu swung his sword light. It shattered the Raging Inferno Palm, Raging Inferno Fist, and Raging Inferno Finger. The sword turned into a stream of light. The white horse sword art pierced through the sky and arrived in an instant. Li Tianxiao wasn't surprised that the 3 basic martial arts couldn't do anything to Chu Mu. If Chu Mu was defeated by his 3 basic martial arts, Li Tianxiao wouldn't be qualified to use his true strength. The sword light arrived, but Li Tianxiao's figure retreated rapidly. Immediately, the extremely fast sword light changed. It seemed to disperse in an instant, covering a range of 5,000 meters. It then gathered into a sword and slashed down fiercely with great power. Li Tianxiao operated his divine technique. His hands suddenly changed. The burning flame turned from red to golden red. It seemed to be fading. In fact, it wasn't. It was the golden red flame that was rapidly merging into his palms. In the blink of an eye, the flame on Li Tianxiao's hands disappeared. His palms turned from flesh to golden red. Li Tianxiao stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword that was slashing down. He suddenly exerted force and crushed it. This scene made Chu Mu feel extremely shocked. Looking at the opponent's palm, Chu Mu didn't feel any aura fluctuation. However, it gave Chu Mu a sense of danger. Brother Li's Vast Sun hand has improved again. Yang Tianwen muttered to himself. It's one of the lost arts of Vast Sun Divine Palace. Vast Sun Hand. If the Raging Inferno Palm, Raging Inferno Fist, and Raging Inferno Finger were the basic martial arts of Vast Sun Divine Palace, then the Vast Sun Hand was a true lost art. It's Cultivation conditions were very harsh. During the cultivation process, one would have to endure the calcination of the vast sun, heavenly fire. This calcination wouldn't take a day or two, but many years. Each calcination would be very painful. Once mastered, the power would be very terrifying. The reason why Li Tianxiao didn't use any weapon was that he had cultivated the vast sun hand. This was the most suitable weapon for him. Chapter 2160. The golden red palm contained the terrifying heavenly fire of vast yang. It was the kind of flame that had been refined and became even more tyrannical and terrifying. Once it hit, the blood would burn, the meridians would be burned, and even the spiritual world would be burned. Using the vast yang hand meant that Li Tianxiao had brought out his true strength. You are only qualified to make me use my full strength if you are not defeated by my vast yang hand. Li Tianxiao said to himself as a golden red light flashed in his eyes. He was extremely domineering. True strength and full strength were two different concepts. True strength meant that one would take the opponent seriously and use one's true ability to deal with the opponent. Full strength was not just taking the opponent seriously, but treating the opponent as the strongest enemy. The vast yang hand was an absolute art that Li Tianxiao had painstakingly cultivated. It was extremely powerful and would not be used in normal battles. Only when he faced an opponent that was worthy of being taken seriously would he use the vast yang hand. Obviously, the strength that Chumu had displayed was enough for him to use it. Gently patting out with his palm, the golden red palm was like an extremely red soldering iron. It easily imprinted into the void, and the void melted like ice. The palm patted towards Chumu, causing Chumu to be shocked. A sense of danger emerged from the depths of his heart. The vast yang hand was an absolute art. At the same time, it was also Li Tianxiao's best weapon. Although he felt a sense of danger, it did not reach such an intense level. Chumu drew his sword and slashed out. He wanted to meet force with force. He wanted to personally test the power of his opponent's absolute art before making a judgment. The Li perishing sword collided with the vast yang hand. The sword light was shattered and instantly melted. As the sword vibrated, Chumu immediately felt an intense and shockingly high temperature from his opponent's palm into the sword. The Li perishing sword felt as if it had been roasted in a raging fire for a long time. It was extremely hot. There was even a blazing heat that traveled from Chumu's palm to his arm and spread throughout his entire body. The great true force collided with the heat in an instant, intercepting it and expelling it bit by bit. This heat was the power that the vast yang hand carried. It was also the power of the vast yang, heavenly fire. Ordinary cultivation techniques were unable to withstand the burning of the great yang, heavenly fire. However, Chumu's truth-seeking technique was not an ordinary cultivation technique. The great true force was incomparably powerful. It was able to withstand the impact of the great yang heavenly fire and expel it rapidly. Hot steam rose up from Chumu's body. That was the energy of the clear sun, heavenly fire that was expelled from his body. It can actually expel the power of the heavenly fire of Haoyang. Li Tianxiao was surprised. He was very clear about the power of the vast yang hand. Li Tianxiao couldn't help but feel excited. Boundless yang hand, double strike. In an instant, Li Tianxiao struck out two palms. These two palms were not casually struck out. Instead, they contained a kind of mystery and were connected to each other. It was a unique martial art that belonged to the vast yang hand. Heaven shattering clouds. After a head-on collision, Chumu roughly knew the power of the vast yang hand. He executed the fifth stage of the heaven-shattering clouds sword art. A 5-kilometer sword light slashed down and collided instantly. The sword light collided with the first palm print of the vast yang hand and both collapsed. However, after the first palm print shattered, it turned into a golden red light and merged into the second palm print. This caused the second palm print's power to increase and become even more tyrannical. The second stage of the 4 directions truth-seeking step was executed. The Li-perishing sword trembled as it dodged and defended. Although the 2 attacks missed, Li Tianxiao was not disappointed. Instead, he was even more excited. 3 strikes! Li Tianxiao's face turned serious as he struck out with both palms. The 3 palm prints formed a triangle. There was a mysterious connection between them. They blasted towards Chu Mu from 3 different angles. Moreover, they were erratic. With his current strength, Li Tianxiao felt that it was strenuous to execute the 3 strikes of the vast Yang hand. However, the power of the 3 strikes was obviously much more tyrannical than the 2 strikes. After experiencing the 2 strikes, Chu Mu knew that he could not take the opponent's martial arts head-on. He cleverly moved his sword and drew out a circle. The overlapping sound waves seemed to envelop the area, which affected the trajectory of the 3 palm prints to a certain extent. Soon after, the sword light turned blue. A condensed 100-meter-sized world descended from the void. The dark blue world was suppressing. However, the dark blue world's power alone was not enough to go against the 3 palm prints. The lesser void world descended and absorbed the 3 palm prints that were being suppressed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Mu performed the heaven and earth line. He pushed the white horse sword art and attacked Li Tianxiao. Li Tianxiao had seen this move before. He also knew that the sword was extremely fast. However, when he faced it personally, he realized that the sword's speed was beyond his imagination. It pierced through the void in an instant. There was no way to dodge it. He could only rely on his subconscious mind from countless life and death battles to defend himself. The vast Yang hand was an ultimate technique and an excellent weapon. Therefore, Li Tianxiao raised his palm and directly blocked Chu Mu's attack. After shattering the sword light, he also struck out with his other palm to counterattack. Chu Mu's palm suddenly trembled. The muscles on his palm vibrated as well. The Li-perishing sword suddenly spun and cleverly deflected the golden-red palm print. It whistled past from the side. He exerted strength in his palm and held the Li-perishing sword tightly. The blade of the sword was aimed at Li Tianxiao and fiercely lashed out. This sword strike was carefree and unrestrained, and it seemed to have revealed a new level that caused the eyes of others to instantly light up. The sword moved according to the heart, and the heart moved according to the heart. This sword was not a sword technique or a sword move. However, it possessed a shocking power. Li Tianxiao's body shook like a blade of grass in the wind. The vast Yang hand also swung out violently and struck towards Chu Mu from the side. They were able to adapt to the situation on the spot. They displayed their exquisite techniques and profound martial attainments. Martial techniques and ultimate techniques were important. However, the ability to adapt to the situation was also very important. This was because a battle was not a routine. Therefore, it was not impossible for there to be cases where basic martial techniques could defeat an ultimate technique cultivator. Chu Mu and Li Tianxiao were both outstanding in terms of adapting to the situation on the spot. Both of them had exchanged hundreds of blows in just a breath's time. Only those great Emperor Realm experts could see the complicated and mysterious changes clearly. Those cultivators below the great Emperor Realm could only feel that it was like a flash of lightning. They were extremely shocked. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox in this close combat fight. Chu Mu was surprised by Li Tianxiao's fighting ability. Li Tianxiao was the same. Both of them were excited at the same time, excited at meeting their match. In a battle, the opponent was not only strong in terms of absolute strength. They were also strong in various aspects such as battle techniques, battle will, and so on. The more aspects one could contend with, the more carefree one would feel. Fight, fight, fight! After the two of them exchanged blows, they turned around again and quickly closed in on each other. They were engaged in close combat again. Close combat was one of the most dangerous battles. If one was not careful, they would be attacked. With their strength, Once they attacked each other, the lethality would be extremely shocking. It would cause obvious damage in an instant. However, this kind of battle was also the most exciting battle. The golden palm prints collided with each other. The utilization of power had reached an astonishing level. The techniques were exquisite and dazzling. In such a battle, the most important thing was to adapt to the situation. Some of the more powerful sword skills and martial arts were difficult to execute because the changes were too fast. Powerful sword skills and martial arts required some time to accumulate power. However, in such a battle, time was extremely tight. A little bit of time could lead to a myriad of changes. At this moment, fundamental martial arts were the most suitable. Chu Mu executed fundamental sword skills. Li Tianxiao had already executed the great boundless Yang Hand. Hence, there was no need for him to execute anything else. He only needed to use both of his palms to create a terrifying destruction. Although it was a basic sword technique under Chu Mu's brilliant technique and superb sword technique realm, it was incomparably exquisite. It's worthy of being a 100-win battle. It's really exciting. Someone exclaimed, "Brotherly, I'm afraid you haven't shown your full strength yet." Yang Tianwen secretly said. He had a good understanding of Li Tianxiao. The strength that Li Tianxiao was currently displaying was only at the level he was at a year ago. For a genius at Li Tianxiao's level, it was impossible for him to not have any improvement in a year. Just like Yang Tianwen himself, his current strength was much stronger than it was a year ago. "Chu Mu, what about your strength?" Yang Tianwen wondered. He could not see through Li Tianxiao. He did not know if Li Tianxiao was displaying his full strength or if he was hiding something. Actually, Chu Mu had already displayed all of his strength. He did not hide anything at all. Li Tianxiao's current strength was at the limit of supreme, sacred venerate. In addition to the cultivation method he practiced and his own battle skills and martial arts, he was much more powerful than ordinary supreme, sacred venerates. Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the high, third refinement of the exceptional realm. He could not be compared to Li Tianxiao because Li Tianxiao's cultivation was at the fifth refinement of the exceptional realm. He was much more powerful than Chu Mu. It was impossible for Chu Mu to hold back his strength against an opponent like that. That would only lead to his defeat. Li Tianxiao unleashed his full strength and fought to his heart's content. He performed his basic sword techniques again and again, infusing them with his own mysteries. Every sword strike was extremely powerful and mysterious. A sword slashed across the sky. The sword vibrated and a terrifying force was transmitted. It was as if the sword could shatter an ancient mountain. It collided with Li Tianxiao's palm. With a muffled sound, a tyrannical force spread out. Both of them trembled slightly, but in an instant they borrowed the force of the vibration to erupt with an even more tyrannical force. It was like bamboo being pulled and then rebounded. Suddenly, Li Tianxiao's aura skyrocketed. He reached the limit of the fifth refinement of the exceptional realm. He was infinitely close to the level of little sacred venerate. At the same time, the power of his palm had broken through the limit of supreme sacred venerate and reached the level of a half-step great emperor. Chapter 2161. The sudden attack was out of everyone's expectations. It also surprised Chu Mu. Caught off guard, Chu Mu was sent flying. However, he reacted quickly and borrowed the force of the attack to fly back 1,000 meters, quickly increasing the distance between them. His blood was shaken. If not for his powerful physique, this attack would not only cause him a light injury, it could even cause him to lose the ability to fight. Li Tianxiao didn't show any mercy after his attack succeeded. He took the opportunity and rushed forward. As if he was chasing the sun, he continuously attacked with the vast Yang Hand. Streaks of golden red palm prints pierced through the void and attacked Chu Mu, activating the truth-seeking technique. Great true energy surged through his entire body, causing Chu Mu's wounds to quickly heal. He used the four directional truth-seeking steps and world's end near-at-hand body alternately to dodge and pull apart the distance, fighting for enough time to heal his wounds. Chu Mu knew that this was Li Tianxiao's true strength. He had surpassed the level of an extreme, sacred master. However, he wasn't at the level of a half-step great emperor yet. He could only barely reach the level of a half-step great emperor. However, this was normal. The peak of the fifth refinement of the exceptional realm was barely at the level of a half-step great emperor. This was the level of a prodigy. If he completely reached the level of a half-step great emperor, he could surpass the level of a prodigy and reach the level of an exceptional prodigy. Barely reaching the level of a half-step great emperor meant that he possessed a portion of a half-step great emperor's strength. Especially for a prodigy like Li Tianxiao, his strength was even more terrifying. Chu Mu unleashed his strength to the extreme. After widening the distance between them, he counterattacked with his sword. The sword light split and danced chaotically. It was filled with endless changes, limitless manifestation. Li Tianxiao's expression was cold as he attacked with the vast yang hand. He forcefully shattered the limitless manifestation's sword light, preventing Chu Mu from using the 10,000 elephants unification. This also allowed Chu Mu to find a flaw in his limitless sword technique. The combination of the two moves wasn't perfect enough. When he used his full strength, Li Tianxiao's attacks were even more domineering. The might of the vast yang hand became even more terrifying. Palm after palm struck out continuously. Every palm surpassed the level of an extreme, sacred venerate. Chu Mu found it difficult to resist. Chu Mu wasn't as calm as he had been before when he faced the powerful Li Tianxiao. He could only hold on tenaciously under the pressure of his opponent. Are you going to display the true secrets of the human Tao? Chu Mu thought to himself. However, he didn't plan on using it so early. Li Tianxiao was indeed very powerful. Even if he wanted to defeat him, he wouldn't be able to do so. If he activated the Heavenly Sword rune's power, he could still hold on. The truth-seeking technique continued to circulate, and the heaven and earth elemental qi flowed into his body, transforming into great true power to recover his energy. The purity of the great true power was astonishing, and adding that Chu Mu's dantian was different from ordinary people, it allowed him to possess power that far surpassed cultivators of the same cultivation level, and thus he could hold on for a longer period of time. In addition, Chu Mu also wanted to use Li Tianxiao to train himself further. This kind of training where the opponent was stronger than him and gave him intense pressure, but it was not enough to directly defeat him, was the best way to train himself. It could stimulate his potential even better. After attacking continuously, Li Tianxiao clearly felt like he could defeat Chu Mu, but he was unable to do so. After a few minutes, Li Tianxiao became somewhat impatient. His personality and martial arts were all about being overbearing and directly crushing his enemies. However, at this moment, he had not been able to crush his opponent even though he had used his full strength. Instead, it seemed to have become a training ground for his opponent, which made him very unhappy. You asked for it, Li Tianxiao thought to himself. Li Tianxiao thought to himself as a golden red, blazing light flashed in his eyes. Soon after, he leapt up and let out a low cry. An incomparably terrifying heat was released from his body. Vast yang sky burning technique. Waves of heat surged out from Li Tianxiao's body, as if there was a blazing sun hidden in his body. At this moment, the energy that was released was enough to burn the sky. This was a secret skill that only the Great Sun Palace had. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. One had to continuously absorb the sunlight under the sun to cultivate and store the power in one's body. It would only be released at a critical moment. Just like the Great Sun Hand, cultivating this secret skill would also require one to endure a lot of pain. Terrifying heat was released from Li Tianxiao's body continuously, rumbling and shaking the void. The surrounding space was scorching hot, as if it had turned into a vacuum zone. With the execution of this secret technique, Li Tianxiao's aura rose rapidly, truly stepping into the realm of a half-step great emperor. Looking down from above, Li Tianxiao's body seemed to be shrouded in sunlight. He threw out a palm strike. The power of the vast yang hand had exceeded its limit. The edge of the golden red palm print had a circle of sunlight, as if a blazing sun had descended from the sky, bringing with it terrifying power as it blasted towards Chu Mu. Is this Li Tianxiao's strength? Too strong. Chu Mu is bound to lose. Voices rang out one after another. Li Tianxiao's current strength had already reached the realm of a half-step great emperor. Moreover, it didn't seem to be the level of an ordinary half-step great emperor. In the 100 battles arena, it was rare to see someone with such strength and invincible existence. As the palm landed, it shattered Chu Mu's heavy sword light. The power didn't seem to be depleted at all, and the terrifying heat assaulted from all directions. A loud boom was heard, causing the entire 100 battles arena to tremble. A terrifying energy storm mixed with light blasted out in all directions. Li Tianxiao's lips curled into a smile. He was confident that the power of this palm strike was extremely tyrannical, enough to defeat his opponent, but not enough to kill him. After all, this was the 100 battles arena, and there was a corresponding protective mechanism. The intense light completely covered Chu Mu, causing others to be unable to see clearly. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura rushed out from the light, bringing with it a shocking sharpness. It was like a peerless divine sword tearing through the sky, crushing all the light rays. Seeing that Chu Mu was unharmed and feeling the tyrannical aura from his body, Li Tianxiao's expression changed drastically. What's going on? How did his strength suddenly increase by so much? Everyone was shocked and puzzled. Previously, they had always thought that Chu Mu had used some kind of secret technique to increase his strength from the Great Sacred Master level to the Supreme Sacred Master level. But now he had surpassed the Supreme Sacred Master level and reached the half-step Great Emperor level. It was completely illogical. Could it be that he used a second secret technique? Impossible. A secret technique that can increase one's strength by so much must have a huge side effect. It's impossible for him to use a second one. Every body had a limit. Once it exceeded the limit, it would collapse. Otherwise, if there was no limit, then one could learn a few more secret techniques and use them together at a critical moment. Then, one's strength would definitely increase to a shocking level. No matter what kind of secret technique it was, there were two kinds of secret techniques in the end. The first kind was to overdraw one's potential, strength, life, and everything that belonged to one's body. Therefore, it couldn't be used frequently, and it couldn't be used repeatedly. The second kind was to use external forces. To put it bluntly, it was using external forces. For example, the Sword God's Descent secret technique that Chu Mu had cultivated back then required the essence of the heavens and earth to cultivate. It could only be used after accumulating energy and accumulating energy. Could it be that he didn't use any secret technique before, but used his true strength? Now he's using some kind of secret technique? Murmured a great emperor. He wasn't the only one who had this thought. Exceptional third refinement realm cultivation base. But his true strength has reached the limit of the supreme sacred master level. If that's really the case, then he's not a genius, but a peerless genius. Blood Hand, Great Emperor Chu Shui's eyes were also filled with excitement. He felt that this conjecture was very possible. If Chu Mu was really a peerless genius, then once he joined Chu's sect, it would be equivalent to having two peerless geniuses. Chu Huangji was one of them. The more peerless geniuses there were, the greater the benefits for Chu's sect. It meant that Chu's sect's potential was limitless. On the side of the human race, the 5 great emperors were both shocked and vexed. If they had known earlier, they would have paid an even greater price to recruit Chu Mu. One had to know that peerless geniuses and peerless geniuses were two different concepts. But now it was too late. Blood Hand, Great Emperor, was here and had talked to Chu Mu. Chu Mu's intentions were very clear. He was very interested in Chu's sect. What a pity, what a pity! The 5 great emperors shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They were extremely regretful, but there was no medicine for regret now. As for the great emperors of the other races, they all had ugly expressions. This peerless genius was from the human race, not their race. A peerless genius was extremely important to an entire race. Once he matured, he would affect the entire race. Perhaps there wouldn't be a second peerless genius like the weapon ancestor of the weapon tribe, but he would still become the pillar of the entire race. Under the true secret of human Tao, Chu Mu's strength had surpassed the limit, reaching the half-step Great Emperor level. Compared to Li Tianxiao, he wasn't inferior. So you can still erupt with such strength, Li Tianxiao said. Being shrouded in a circle of sunlight, he gave off a lofty feeling. Even his words carried a blazing heat. That heat also revealed the excitement in Li Tianxiao's heart. Originally, he thought that his great son's sky-burning secret art would be powerful enough to crush Chu Mu. He didn't expect that Chu Mu would also use a secret art to raise his strength to the half-step Great Emperor level. In other words, the secret art that Li Tianxiao had used was fake. That was Li Tianxiao's true strength. He was a peerless genius. Li Tianxiao had experienced the limitless brilliance of a peerless genius. That was because there were peerless geniuses in Great Sun Divine Palace who were unparalleled in their generation. Even a peerless genius like Li Tianxiao was suppressed by them, living under their halo. Li Tianxiao had always wanted to break this suppression. Today he had a chance. Chapter 2162. Boundless Young Hand. 3 strikes. 3 golden red palm imprints. Each palm imprint had sunlight revolving around its edges. It was majestic and powerful. The 3 palm imprints formed the shape of a triangle as they blasted towards Chu Mu. There was a mysterious connection between each of them. Previously, Li Tianxiao had to expend a lot of effort to execute this attack. But now, with the Boundless Yang sky-burning art, the 3 attacks were more than enough. Its power had also become more terrifying because of the Boundless Yang sky-burning art. However, the current Chu Mu wasn't the previous Chu Mu. Under the true mystery of human Tao, 10% of his potential had been stimulated. Chu Mu's potential was extraordinary. At the very least, it was at the level of a great ruler, or even higher. 10% of his potential was extremely shocking. It transformed into power that surged out from the deepest part of his body. It filled his entire body and stirred up the winds and clouds around Chu Mu. His aura was majestic and earth-shattering. Chu Mu wasn't afraid of such tyrannical power. The Li-perishing sword trembled slightly. The sword light pierced through the air and shot out. It covered a 5-kilometer radius before instantly converging and slashing towards the 3 palm prints. Whoosh! 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 3 tyrannical sword light shot towards the 3 palm prints. Chu Mu took a step forward and executed the second stage of the 4 directions, truth-seeking steps. His figure seemed to have crossed the distance between space. He then executed the second stage of the world's end near-hand technique, causing Li Tianxiao to lose his target. He had no choice but to stop just as he was about to attack. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger emerged from behind him. It made Li Tianxiao's hair stand on end. The sunlight outside his body became even more intense. At the same time, the resplendent sword light pierced through the air and slashed at the sunlight. The sunlight was like a wheel that spun. Under the powerful rotation, it seemed to be able to crush everything. It forcefully resisted the attack of the sword light. The Boundless Yang sky-burning art was a secret art. Not only could it stimulate one's strength, but it could also form an astonishing defense on the surface of one's body. If one couldn't break through the defense of the Boundless Yang sky-burning art, they wouldn't be able to injure Li Tianxiao. It would be difficult to defeat or even kill him. Boundless young hand. 4 strikes. Li Tianxiao turned around and struck out with both of his palms. It could be seen that he had a serious expression when he executed the 4th strike, indicating that it was not easy to execute the 4th strike. It was different from when he executed the 3rd strike with ease. The power of 4 strikes was incomparable to that of 3 strikes. If it was the Chu Mu from before, he would definitely try his best to dodge. But now, with his endless power, there was no need for him to do so. 10% of his potential had been stimulated and transformed into power that filled his entire body. This kind of transformation was not done in an instant. Instead, after a portion of it had been transformed into power, the rest would become a follow-up supplement. Otherwise, with the current strength of Chu Mu's physique, he would not be able to withstand all the power transformed from 10% of his potential. At that time, forget about fighting. He would explode and die as soon as he used it. Attack! 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 Under the continuous sword attacks, the heaven-shattering cloud sword technique slashed out and the deep blue world suppressed. It actually shattered all 4 attacks from Li Tianxiao's vast yang hand, causing them to explode and turn into extremely scorching energy that surged out in all directions. Boundless yang hand. 5 strikes. The moment the 4 attacks were destroyed, Li Tianxiao unleashed all of his power. The revolving sunlight around him became even more intense. Clearly, he had to use all of his power to unleash the 5 attacks. The power of the attacks was extremely shocking. 5 golden red palm prints covered in sunlight moved in 5 directions. As they rotated, they brought along an astonishing pressure that seemed to crush the void. This made Chu Mu's expression turn solemn, but he also felt a little excited. Lesser void of the Tao-seeking sword technique. The void descended. Under the stimulation of the true mystery of human Tao, the power of the lesser void space became even more tyrannical. It directly swallowed the 5 palm prints, while Chu Mu passed through the lesser void space. The incomparably sharp sword light pierced through the air and attacked Li Tianxiao. The power of the lesser void space was indeed extraordinary, but it could not withstand the 5 strikes of the vast yang hand and was instantly shattered. However, the 5 strikes also lost their target and blasted towards the edge of the 100 battles arena, causing the protective shield at the edge of the arena to tremble. In the face of Chu Mu's piercing sword light, Li Tianxiao stretched out a finger and attacked. The golden red finger force had a layer of sunlight flowing around it. Its power was unparalleled. The extremely condensed power pierced through the void and shot towards the sword light. Vast yang hand, dazzling yang finger. Dazzling yang finger was also a powerful martial art of the vast yang divine palace. It was an upgraded version of the scorching fire finger and had astonishing, penetrating power. The dazzling yang finger and the sword light collided. Chu Mu's sword was like a hot knife through butter. It broke through all the forces and attacked Li Tianxiao with incomparable determination. His power was boundless and endless. He could consume it at will and did not have to worry about running out of energy. Of course, the premise was that it was within the limits of Chu Mu's body. It was also because of this that Chu Mu had to seize the opportunity to defeat Li Tianxiao as soon as possible. On the contrary, Li Tianxiao was unable to do so. His vast yang sky-burning art had a limit. He could not sustain it for as long as Chu Mu. Once it was consumed, it would be difficult to replenish it. It was also because of this that Li Tianxiao wanted to defeat Chu Mu as soon as possible. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Both sides had similar intentions, and it evolved into an even more intense battle. Every sword and every palm carried an incomparably terrifying power. The battle had reached its peak, and it was incomparably satisfying. However, as time passed, Li Tianxiao's power was consumed and the power of his attacks began to decrease. On the other hand, Chu Mu maintained the same power and attack without the slightest bit of weakening. Chu Mu knew that the time was ripe. He seized the opportunity and used the limitless sword art's limitless manifestation. The countless changes made it difficult for Li Tianxiao to differentiate between what was real and what was fake. Shortly after, the countless changes condensed into one, as though they had returned to their original point. The sword fell and struck the weak point on Li Tianxiao's body. The sunlight wheel, with incomparably shocking defense, was attacked by this sword through the weak point. It lightly trembled and shook as if it was about to shatter. However, the sunlight wheel was extremely powerful, and Li Tianxiao was able to quickly adjust. Only Chu Mu had grasped that moment of opportunity. Dao, Seeking Sword, Arts Combo. Consecutive moves were unleashed, one after another. Since Chu Mu had already grasped the opportunity, how could he be interrupted? Facing Chu Mu's combo, Li Tianxiao could only parry and was unable to retaliate. / 5 combo moves, 6 combo moves, 7 combo moves, 8 combo moves, 9 combo moves. Li Tianxiao was also very tenacious. He relied on his own strength to withstand Chu Mu's 9 combo moves. The sunlight wheel was filled with cracks, and his face was pale. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly his face changed. A terrifying murderous aura surged towards him. The most resplendent sword, the crimson sword light, pierced through the air. Lifeless sword style. The lifeless sword style under the true secret of human Tao was pushed to a higher level and became even more terrifying. On the contrary, Li Tianxiao had used up most of his strength to withstand Chu Mu's 9 combo moves. Under such circumstances, he couldn't withstand this sword at all. I'm going to lose. Li Tianxiao was unwilling to admit defeat. Soon after, he felt relieved. He was indeed an exceptional genius. He wasn't that easy to defeat. He won. Everyone was shocked when they saw Li Tianxiao fly out and spurt blood. Even the great emperors couldn't maintain their composure. He actually won. That human obtained a 100-win streak. Impressive. He's really impressive. No wonder he's an exceptional genius. Our human race is really lucky. Everyone in the human race's tower was excited. He's really impressive. Yang Tianwen muttered to himself. His gaze towards Chu Mu was flickering. An exceptional genius was too impressive. There was indeed a huge gap between him and a genius. Even though there was a huge difference in cultivation base, he still managed to defeat Li Tianxiao and obtain victory. This battle was a 100-win streak. After 10 years in the 100 battles arena, the first person to achieve 100 consecutive victories was born. After this, it was unknown when the next one would appear. The 100-win streak wasn't something that appeared once every 10 years. The longest interval was 100 years because it was really too difficult to obtain a 100-win streak. Chu Mu had successfully obtained 100 consecutive victories, leaving behind an immortal monument on the 100 battles arena. Just like the seniors who had obtained 100 consecutive victories in the past, his name would spread throughout the 100 battles realm and out of the 100 battles realm, letting even more people know of him. However, that wasn't what Chu Mu was concerned about. What he was happy about was that he could finally obtain the reward for the 100-win streak. From 10 wins to 20 wins to a 100-win streak, there would be a total of 10 rewards. However, Chu Mu was most concerned about the reward for the 100-win streak. The other rewards weren't of much use to him. This feels great. Yeah, the 100-win streak will give you a ball of origin energy. If I can obtain a ball of origin energy and refine it, my potential will definitely increase by a lot. At that time, it won't be impossible for me to become an exceptional genius. That's right. The reward for the 100-win streak in the 100 battles arena was a ball of origin energy. At first, Chu Mu didn't know how big the origin energy was, but when he obtained it, he was pleasantly surprised. This was because the origin energy rewarded for the 100-win streak was relatively complete. It was much richer than the origin energy he had obtained before. At the very least, it was double the sum of all the origin energy he had obtained before. After obtaining the fist-sized origin energy, Chu Mu immediately absorbed it into his spiritual world. Refining such a origin energy wasn't something that could be done in a short 1 or 2 days. However, from the moment Chu Mu absorbed it into his spiritual world, he had been refining it bit by bit. Although the efficiency was low, it was better than nothing. Once I refine this ball of origin energy, my cultivation will definitely break through to the 4th refinement of the exceptional stage. At that time, my strength will be even stronger. Chu Mu thought to himself. The higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to increase it, especially for someone like him, who was different from other exceptional stage experts. It was difficult for him to borrow the power of pills. Only origin energy was the best way to increase his cultivation. Junior brother, are you going to follow me to the Chu sect now? Chu Shui asked. Chapter 2163. The peerless prodigy of the human race, Chu Mu, challenged the 100 battles arena and won 100 battles in a row. This news immediately spread from the 100 battle city in all directions like dancing snowflakes. In just half a day, it had spread throughout the entire 100 battles domain. The name Chu Mu was immediately remembered by everyone in the 100 battles domain. This was because of his record of winning 100 battles in a row in the 100 battles arena and his status as a peerless prodigy. In the northernmost part of the 100 battles domain was a field of ice and snow. Further away were endless glaciers that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a majestic sight. This place was called the Ice and Snow Field. It was the territory of one of the small races, the Snow Clan. The snow castles that the Snow Clan lived in were like white buns scattered across the snowy field. They varied in size, height, and height. The small ones took up less than 100 square meters and were less than 10 meters tall. The large ones took up more than 100,000 square meters and were several hundred to 1,000 meters tall. At this moment, there was an incomparably huge snow castle. Most of the interior was luxuriously decorated, except for one place that was very simple. The few decorations were in the shape of swords and emitted a frightening cold light. Peerless genius Chu Mu, you've finally come here. A young and clear voice rang out, lingering in the air. The owner of this voice was only a small child, but the words he spoke were like an adult. We will meet again. Junior brother, you've broken through. Chu Shui looked at Chu Mu with a trace of surprise in his eyes. After Chu Mu won 100 battles in the 100 battles arena, he received a corresponding reward. Chu Mu valued the origin energy the most. Afterwards, Chu Shui invited Chu Mu to go with him to the Chu sect, but Chu Mu did not immediately agree. Instead, he said that he would first refine the origin energy in the 100 battle city before leaving. Chu Shui did not object. A day earlier or a day later would not make much of a difference. Refining source energy wasn't that easy. Chu Shui himself had refined and absorbed before, so he understood the difficulty. Moreover, the reward for the 100-win streak was a ball of source energy. If he wanted to refine and absorb it, it would take even longer. It would take at least a few years. Yet, Chu Mu's actions once again exceeded his expectations. In just 3 short days, his cultivation had risen from the high level of the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm to the initial level of the 4th refinement of the exceptional realm. This was equivalent to surpassing the peak of the 3rd refinement and the limit of the exceptional realm. Refining origin energy would increase one's potential, but it would also affect one's cultivation. This was common knowledge. As a result, when he saw Chu Mu's cultivation rise from the high level of the 3rd refinement to the initial level of the 4th refinement, Chu Shui thought that Chu Mu had successfully refined all of the origin energy. However, this was not the case. Chu Mu had only refined a small portion of it. This was because his method of absorption and refinement was different from others. Refining origin energy would not increase one's potential. It would only increase one's cultivation, and to a certain extent, it would affect the recovery of the deep blue world. Chu Mu naturally would not divulge the mysteries behind this. This was related to his own secrets. Refining the majority of the remaining origin energy was not that easy. Of course, it would not take a few years. Chu Mu estimated that he would be able to refine it completely in 10 to 20 days and increase his cultivation further. However, he felt an obstruction. This obstruction came from the overdraft of his potential after using the true mystery of human Tao. In other words, he had to completely recover the overdraft of the true mystery of human Tao before he could continue refining it. Otherwise, forcefully refining it would affect his own potential recovery. From a long-term perspective, it was naturally better not to refine it first. The fourth refinement initial stage of the exceptional realm was much stronger than the third refinement high stage of the exceptional realm. It also caused Chu Mu's strength to increase further. Perhaps, if he didn't use the true secrets of human Tao, he would be able to fight normal half-step emperors. However, this is still not enough, Chu Mu thought. Before becoming a great emperor, one would always be an ant. Not to mention great emperors. Even half-step great emperors were divided into strong and weak half-step great emperors. Moreover, the difference between strong and weak half-step great emperors was extremely great. There was even a possibility that a powerful half-step great emperor could kill a weaker half-step great emperor in a single move. Although Chu Mu had not reached this level yet, he was very clear about this. The exceptional realm refined the laws, while the great emperor realm refined the foundation of the laws into the great Tao. In that case, a cultivator at the supreme sovereign level would have completely refined the laws. As for half-step great emperors, they would have completely refined the laws. Only after they had completely grasped the laws could they transform into the great Tao and become a great emperor. There were different levels to the refinement of laws, and there were also different levels to the mastery of laws. The greater the mastery of half-step great emperors, the stronger they would naturally be. Under Chu Shui's lead, the two of them left the 100 Battles Sky City and headed towards the human territory of the 100 Battles domain. Junior brother, the Chu sect is not in any domain, said Chu Shui. Chu Mu was surprised to hear that. The Chu sect is a palace in the great chaotic void. This palace is a great treasure, said Chu Shui. However, he did not explain too much. In fact, it's not just the Chu sect. Many other forces are the same. However, there are also branches of the Chu sect in some of the advanced middle domains. Right now, Chu Shui was taking Chu Mu to a branch of the Chu sect in the 100 Battles domain. The 100 Battles domain belonged to the mixed race domain, but they were heading towards the human territory. With Chu Shui, the powerful blood hand, great emperor, there was no danger along the way. They arrived at the human territory smoothly and arrived at the branch of the Chu sect. The person in charge of the branch was also a great emperor. Senior brother, let me introduce you. This is junior brother Chu Mu, Chu Shui said to the middle-aged man before him. Junior brother Chu Mu, my name is Chu Xiangui. You can call me senior brother. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up like stars. Greetings, senior brother. Chu Mu saluted with his sword. Since he had decided to join the Chu sect, he would not reject such a title. There's no time to lose. Junior brother Chu Shui, please take junior brother Chu Mu to the Chu sect as soon as possible, said Chu Xiangui. All right. Chu Shui did not delay. He took Chu Mu into the branch and went deep underground. Then he opened a space-time gate. Chu Mu could not help but sigh. The Chu sect was really rich. It was not easy to obtain something like a space-time gate. Moreover, it consumed a lot of energy each time it was opened. Through the space-time gate, Chu Mu and Chu Shui instantly left the 100 Battles domain and appeared in the great chaotic void. Although the space-time gate was good, it had some limitations. It could not allow Chu Mu and Chu Shui to directly reach the Chu sect's palace. However, it could greatly shorten the distance. Junior brother, we can reach the Chu sect after passing through that meteorite belt, said Chu Shui, pointing at the densely packed meteorites ahead. There were countless pitch-black meteorites in the void. It was like a desolate region. Some of the meteorites were motionless, while others were moving at high speed, whistling past. However, no matter what, the meteorites were always confined within the meteorite belt, unable to escape. It's more or less dangerous to pass through the meteorite belt. However, as long as we are careful, it'll be fine, said Chu Shui. Chu Mu also looked forward to joining the Chu sect. Senior brother, what are we waiting for? Asked Chu Mu. The two of them immediately set off and flew into the meteorite belt, moving forward. Chu Shui had come and gone through the meteorite belt more than 100 times. He was very familiar with it. With him leading the way, the light carriage was very familiar with the path. Chu Mu followed Chu Shui while observing the surroundings. This was a habit of his. It was better for him to control himself. As they flew, Chu Shui suddenly stopped. Chu Mu also stopped. Come out. Chu Shui's cold voice carried a bit of sharpness, as expected of the blood-hand monarch. A strange voice sounded. However, it could be heard that it was in the human language. It was just that the accent was a bit strange. 3 figures appeared in 3 different directions. They were tall and muscular. Chu Mu recognized them. They were the giant demons of the devil race. The giant demons. Chu Shui's eyes became even colder. The giant demons had actually appeared here to intercept them. Their goal was obvious. They were here for Chu Mu. Chu Mu was a peerless genius of the human race. This was not a good thing for the devil race or the divine race. They wanted to kill him before he grew. Today is the day the 2 of you die, said one of the giant demons in the human language. Chu Shui wasn't surprised to see the giant demons here. Although the origin realm was the main world of the human race and other races, due to the repeated invasions of the demon race and the celestial race, although they were repelled in the end, there were still some demon race and celestial race members who secretly lurked in the origin realm. According to Chu Shui's knowledge, there were devil race members hiding in the 100 battle domain. They had been encircled before, but a portion of them had escaped in the end. They had hidden even deeper, making it difficult to find them. These 3 giant demons were all first step great emperors. Their auras surged, and their demonic chi filled the sky. Chu Mu's aura burst forth. He fought against the 3 giant demon race great emperors by himself, directly blocking their auras to protect Chu Mu. Although Chu Mu wasn't weak, he still hadn't reached the great emperor realm. He was also very clear that these 3 giant demons were definitely here for him. Although he knew he wasn't their match, he didn't panic. He didn't know if Chu Mu could block the 3 giant demon race great emperors, but he had to think of a way to save himself. However, it was too difficult to face great emperors with his own strength. It could be said that he had no hope at all. In an instant, the 3 giant demon race great emperors attacked. 3 huge black spears pierced through the air, whistling as they shot towards Chu Mu with a destructive aura. Their target was Chu Mu. They just needed to kill Chu Mu. These 3 spears immediately made Chu Mu's expression change. His hair stood on end. Chapter 2164. 3 pitch-black spears shot towards Chu Mu like the claws of hell. They carried a shocking, killing intent and destructive aura. Chu Shui's expression was solemn as he extended his hands from his wide sleeves. His skin was as white as jade, and his fingers were long and slender. They looked like a pair of hands used to play the zither. It was hard to imagine that they were stained with blood. Suddenly, Chu Shui's hands trembled slightly. A red light instantly spread out as if his hands had been soaked in blood. His jade-white hands became as red as blood. They were as dazzling as blood jade. Blood hand. This was one of the origins of Chu Shui's title, Blood Hand Great Emperor. His blood jade-like hands trembled slightly. A blood-red palm print broke through the sky and blasted towards the 3 pitch-black spears. It forcibly changed the direction of the spears and shot towards another direction. shattering 3 huge meteors. The 3 great emperors of the giant demon clan waved their hands, and the 3 pitch-black spears returned to their hands. A terrifying aura locked onto Chu Shui. "Kill him first!" roared one of the great emperors of the giant demon clan. The 3 of them attacked Chu Shui together. In terms of level, both sides were first-step great emperors. However, Chu Shui wasn't an ordinary first-step great emperor. He was a prodigy, first-step great emperor. His strength was much stronger than ordinary first-step great emperors. However, the giant demon clan was naturally stronger than the human race. Although their first-step great emperors were ordinary, they were still stronger than ordinary first-step great emperors. It wasn't that easy for Chu Shui to fight against the 3 first-step great emperors of the giant demon clan. Chu Shui took out his full strength and fought 1 against 3. While fighting, he also had to divert his attention to protect Chu Mu. Hence, it was even more difficult for him. The blood palms turned into seals and shot out one seal after another. In an instant, a spiral chain of seals shot towards the 3 giant devil races, great sovereigns. The 3 giant devil races, great sovereigns, brandished their spears. Every strike of their spears could pierce through stars and shatter the blood palms. Such a battle made Chu Mu feel extremely helpless because he couldn't interfere at all. This feeling made him very unhappy. If only I had the strength of an emperor. Chu Mu couldn't help but think to himself as he subconsciously clenched his fists. He had always been a person who believed in his own strength. In his opinion, it was better to rely on himself than on others. If he wanted to rely on himself, he had to have enough strength and ability. However, under such circumstances, even if he overloaded his sword Tao origin energy and displayed the true secret of human Tao, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from a great emperor. The difference between them was just too great. Under the protection of Chu Mu, facing the killing intent of the 3 giant demon great emperors, Chu Mu felt his hair stand on end. Before Chu Mu's eyes, an intense battle unfolded. Every strike of the Emperor realm seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Chu Shui's blood-red hand seals were like falling stars. They covered the sky and bombarded the 3 great emperors of the giant demon clan. For a moment, he actually managed to suppress the 3 great emperors of the giant demon clan. This shocked Chu Mu. With his sword Tao origin energy, he could see more than others. He could feel the power of each strike from a great emperor. The aura of the great Tao and the power of the great Tao were far from what the laws could compare to. Comparing the laws and the great Tao was like comparing a child who had just learned how to walk to a well-trained warrior. The difference between the 2 was indescribable. Although he was unwilling, Chu Mu knew that he couldn't interfere in this battle. What he needed to do was protect himself as much as possible and reduce the pressure on Chu Shui. Blood-burning hand. With a shout, Chu Shui seized the opportunity and blasted out a palm. A blood-red palm print tore through the air and landed on the chest of one of the great emperors of the giant demon clan. The giant demon race, great emperor's tall and sturdy body trembled as he was forced back again and again. A small blood-red palm print appeared on his chest, sinking in by 3 inches. A terrifying power spread out and a blazing heat penetrated into his body, burning his blood. The power of the blood-burning hand lay in the burning of blood. If one couldn't resist it, then the final result would be their blood being incinerated. The great emperor of the giant demon clan's face twisted. His blood was being incinerated. He mobilized his giant demon clan's power to resist. It was like pouring water from the sea, extinguishing the power of the blood-burning hand. In the end, the blood-burning hand disappeared. The great emperor of the giant demon clan's aura had weakened by more than 30%. The palm print on his chest still hadn't completely disappeared. From this, one could see just how powerful Chu Shui's attack was. The blood-burning hand had fused with the great Tao of fire and great Tao of blood. Its power was astonishing. Chu Shui's power shocked the great emperor of the giant demon clan. Weapon disintegration. The three great emperors of the giant demon clan all used weapon disintegration. Their auras began to rise, surpassing their normal levels. With weapon disintegration, the pressure the three great emperors placed on Chu Shui increased. Chu Shui could only fight conservatively. At this time, Chu Mu's soul felt like it was about to explode. An indescribable sense of danger rushed out from the depths of his soul. It instantly filled his entire spiritual world, causing his thoughts to stiffen and his body to go numb. He couldn't move. This was killing intent, an extremely intense killing intent. It had been hiding in the surroundings, waiting for the best time to attack. The goal was to kill him without leaving him the slightest chance of survival. In other words, besides the three great emperors of the giant demon clan, there had been another person hiding nearby. This person had been waiting for the best time to attack. Chu Mu was a peerless genius of the human race. There weren't many chances to kill him. In fact, there might only be one chance. Thus, they had to ensure a 100% success rate. The shadow of death enveloped Chu Mu, causing him to feel despair. He had never felt such despair before. The person who attacked was also a great emperor. Under normal circumstances, this person would be able to kill Chu Mu. Moreover, this person was waiting for the best time to attack. By the time Chu Shui sensed it, he was already too late to save him. Anger erupted from the depths of his heart. Chu Mu's hair turned red and fluttered in the wind. Not only were his hands red, but even his arms seemed to be dyed with blood. Anger, extreme anger, caused Chu Shui to recklessly erupt with his own strength. Chu Mu couldn't die. He absolutely couldn't die. Even if he died, Chu Mu couldn't die. However, distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. A jet black light pierced through the void like the kiss of the death god. It pierced towards Chu Mu's forehead. The taste of death was so clear. This was something Chu Mu had never imagined. So what if he was unwilling? So what if he was stubborn? In the face of absolute power, everything seemed so insignificant. Just as the jet black light pierced towards Chu Mu's forehead with the shadow of death, an indescribable power descended and sealed the surrounding void. The three great emperors of the giant demon clan stopped moving. The furious Chu Mu also stopped moving. His ferocious expression could be seen clearly. The jet black light that came in contact with Chu Mu's forehead also stopped moving. After the jet black light, there was a faintly discernible black figure. All of this seemed to have become a statue that was frozen in the void. "You dare to attack my Chu sex brother? Die!" A voice seemed to come from the distant void and resounded in everyone's ears. Within the voice, there was a tyrannical aura of a monarch descending upon the world. Soon after, a wave of energy descended. The energy was formless and colorless, but it was also boundlessly tyrannical. It first landed on the faintly discernible black figure that had tried to assassinate Chu Mu. There was no shocking explosion. The black figure was like sand blown by a gust of wind, weathering away. Immediately after, the three great emperors of the giant demon clan trembled and also weathered away, disappearing. As soon as the domineering power disappeared, a figure appeared before Chu Mu and Chu Shui. "Junior brothers, are you all right?" The newcomer wore a golden robe and a dragon crown. He was like a king descending from the void. However, he had a gentle smile on his face as he looked at Chu Mu and Chu Shui. "I'm fine. Senior brother, you came at the right time." The blood vessels on Chu Shui's face receded, but he was still somewhat pale. His arms and hands had returned to their original state. His aura was weak, but he still smiled. He then looked at Chu Mu. "Junior brother Chu Mu, you didn't suffer any injuries, right?" "I'm fine." The feeling of surviving a calamity was really good. especially when half of his body had already fallen into the abyss of death. It couldn't be any better. Junior brother Chu Mu, let me introduce you. This is the founder of our Chu sect, as well as our first senior brother. He's also the first peerless prodigy of our Chu sect, Chu Huangji. Chu Shui introduced. Chu Mu was astonished by the series of words that Chu Shui said. Chu Mu greets senior brother Chu Huangji, said Chu Mu. Chu Huangji's name was like thunder to his ears, especially in the slaughter world. Back then, Chu Mu felt that perhaps there would be a day when he would meet this person again. However, he didn't know what kind of situation it would be. He never imagined that Chu Huangji would establish the Chu sect and that he would join the Chu sect. Moreover, he would be intercepted by demon clan experts on his way to the Chu sect. When he was on the verge of death, Chu Huangji would save him. Everything happened too quickly. It was like a play. Greetings, junior brother Chu Mu, said Chu Huangji with a smile. I received news from junior brother Chu Xiangui that a peerless prodigy of our human race has appeared in the 100 Battles arena. Moreover, he's surnamed Chu. Moreover, he's already following junior brother Chu Shui to the Chu sect, so I came to welcome him. Senior brother, you came at the right time, said Chu Mu. If Chu Huangji hadn't come, or if he had come a little later, Chu Mu would have already been killed. Even if Chu Huangji had come and killed all 4 demon clan experts, it wouldn't have been able to save him. But no matter what, the danger had passed for now. Only by surviving would there be hope. Next, Chu Huangji and Chu Shui naturally went together to protect Chu Mu and bring him to Chu Gate. Chapter 2165. With Chu Huangji, a 3rd step great emperor, following them, the rest of the journey was extremely safe. Chu Huangji was a 3rd step great emperor and a peerless genius. His strength was terrifying. He had the aura of an unrivaled 3rd step great emperor. There were very, very few people like him. Not long after, Chu Mu followed Chu Huangji and Chu Shui out of the meteorite belt. In front of them, there was a nebula whirlpool that was rotating slowly. Junior Chu Mu, that's where the Chu sect is located, said Chu Huangji, pointing at the nebula whirlpool that was rotating clockwise in front of them. From afar, Chu Mu could see that the nebula whirlpool was extremely huge. Countless fragments of starlight were emitting a faintly discernible light. It was extremely beautiful. Junior Chu Mu, don't underestimate the nebula whirlpool. That's the first layer of protection of the Chu sect. Even a 3rd step great emperor wouldn't dare to barge in. Otherwise, they would be crushed by the energy of the nebula whirlpool, said Chu Shui solemnly. This made Chu Mu even more curious about the Chu sect. Let's go, Junior Chu Mu. The Chu sect's palace is at the center of the nebula whirlpool, said Chu Huangji with a smile. Chu Huangji faintly smiled and brought Chu Mu and Chu Shui towards the nebula whirlpool at an even faster speed. The closer they got, the more Chu Mu felt the enormous nebula whirlpool. That aura made him seem so insignificant in front of it that he wasn't even an ant. They were close. They were completely close. The 3 of them appeared at the edge of the nebula whirlpool. They were only 1 step away from the nebula whirlpool. A cluster of stardust the size of a human head flew past. Chu Mu could feel the power contained within. The slightest touch was enough to turn him into ashes. Chu Huangji took out an extremely simple medallion. The medallion released light. That light was blazing, but it wasn't dazzling. When it landed on Chu Mu's body, Chu Mu immediately felt an indescribable connection form between him and a star fragment in the nebula vortex. That star fragment rapidly appeared in front of him, and he couldn't control his body from coming into contact with it. He was pulled into the nebula vortex by the star fragment. Chu Mu was shocked, but he found that he wasn't attacked by any of the star fragments. It was as if he had been treated as one of them, and he was flying towards the depths at an astonishing speed. Junior Chu Shui, let's go as well. Chu Huangji smiled. With a flash, he seemed to become one with a star fragment flying off. Chu Shui did the same. That speed was something only a third step emperor could display. It was very fast, but the nebula vortex was not small at all. After flying for a dozen seconds, they still hadn't seen Chu Men's palace. Chu Mu had already adapted to this situation. He consciously controlled the star fragment below him to fly according to his will. They traveled through the countless star fragments without interfering with each other. It was very carefree. Chu Mu had never been able to erupt with such speed in the past. Very soon, Chu Huangji and Chu Shui caught up. The three of them seemed to be racing against each other. After a few dozen seconds, the outline of a huge palace appeared before them. Chu Men's palace was located at the center of the nebula vortex. In other words, the nebula vortex was centered around Chu Men's palace. It was the first layer of protection that Chu Men's palace had activated. The three of them left the star fragments and landed on a huge circular platform. Senior Huangji has returned. Junior Chu Shui has also returned. This must be Junior Chu Mu, as expected of a peerless genius. He's truly extraordinary. As soon as the three of them landed, several people immediately came over to greet them. They were so sincere that Chu Mu felt the warmth of a home. This kind of feeling didn't exist in many sections. I am Chu Mu. Greetings, senior brothers. Chu Mu saluted with his sword. Haha, there's no need to be so polite. Since you've come to Chu Men, we're brothers. I'll bring Junior Chu Mu to take a test first. Chu Huangji smiled. Junior brothers, please do what you need to do first. Junior brother, don't be offended. Our Chu Men is special. Everyone who wants to join must pass a test, said Chu Shui. Chu Mu was a peerless genius. It was definitely a great fortune for the Chu Men to have such a peerless genius join them. However, the Chu Men had their own rules. They had to pass a test. If the test revealed that Chu Mu wasn't really surnamed Chu, then the Chu Men wouldn't accept him. Not only would they lose a peerless genius, but they might even turn him into an enemy. However, since the rules were set, they had to be carried out. They had to be made clear in advance. Chu Mu expressed his understanding of this. He followed Chu Huangji into the palace. Soon, they arrived in front of a simple circular mirror. After connecting with the mirror, Chu Mu felt like he had entered another space-time. This feeling was extremely strange. It seemed like a long time had passed, yet it was also only a short instant. Chu Mu's mind left the mirror. Now I formally ask you, Chu Mu, are you willing to join the Chu Men and become a member of the Chu Men? Chu Huangji's face flashed with joy. On the surface of the test, Chu Mu's surname wasn't fake. Of course, this test wasn't 100% accurate because it could only test 3 generations. In other words, Chu Mu and his father's surname were from the generation of his grandfather. As for whether or not the surname before that was Chu, it wasn't clear. However, that didn't matter. The purpose of the test was to prevent people with ulterior motives from changing their surnames to join the Chu Men. It didn't matter what one's surname was from 3 generations ago. I, Chu Mu, am willing to become a member of the Chu Men, replied Chu Mu. Good. Junior brother Chu Mu, let's go. I'll introduce you to the other disciples of the Chu Men. Chu Huangji was overjoyed. Even though the Chu sect had been established for a short period of time, it had a lot of potential because its founder was Chu Huangji, a peerless genius. In the Chu sect, there were more than 10 geniuses at the same level as the geniuses. The rest of them could be called geniuses. And now, Chu Mu had joined the Chu Men. He was a peerless genius. From now on, the Chu Men would have 2 peerless geniuses. Many other groups didn't have such geniuses. For example, the Celestial Sword Shrine only had 1 peerless genius, Yi Jingxin. Very quickly, Chu Huangji gathered all the members of the Chu Men in the main palace. He first introduced Chu Mu, then introduced the others to Chu Mu. Junior brother Chu Mu, right now, our Chu sect has a total of 387 people. However, most of them are outside adventuring. The ones remaining in the Chu sect palace are these 75 people. In the Chu men, there are 4 third-step great emperors, 11 second-step great emperors, 27 first-step great emperors, 55 half-step great emperors, and the rest are all peerless geniuses. The number of such powerhouses was actually not that many. Of course, if it was calculated according to the ratio, it would be very shocking. After all, the other sects had dozens of great emperors and tens of thousands of disciples. The people left in Chu sect all gathered in one hall. Good wine and food were brought out, and they enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Everyone's relationships were very harmonious, and Chu Mu enjoyed the feeling of unity. After becoming a member of the Chu men, Chu Mu also received the Chu men's token. The token was a symbol of status. It was also the key to enter the Chu men's palace. For example, if one wanted to pass through the nebula vortex, they needed the token. Otherwise, they could only rely on their own strength. Even Chu Huangji didn't have much confidence in passing through the nebula vortex. Junior brother Chu Mu, if you don't have anything else to do for the time being, why don't you stay in the palace and cultivate? Do your best to increase your strength. Chu Huangji said, "Our Chu sect has great potential. However, right now we lack a peak expert. Senior brother hopes that junior brother can become a sovereign. Senior brother Huangji is already a third-step great emperor. I'm only at the 4th refinement of the peerless realm. If we're talking about becoming a sovereign, you're the first one." Chu Mu smiled. "That's not necessarily true." Chu Huangji smiled. One could hear the confidence in his voice. He was confident in becoming a sovereign. The Chu men's palace was very large. Chu Mu had his own room to live in. He could cultivate and practice his sword. For the time being, Chu Mu didn't have anything else to do. Moreover, the scene of him being attacked by the great emperor of the demon race made Chu Mu deeply understand the importance of his own strength. In addition, he still hadn't refined most of the origin energy reward he received from winning 100 consecutive battles in the 100 battles arena. In the end, whether Chu Mu reincarnated into the origin realm or left the Azure domain, it was all to improve his cultivation and strength. Under all circumstances, the only thing he could do now was to temporarily stay in the Chu men's palace and use the relatively safe environment here to cultivate. He could further improve his cultivation and strength. When he reached his limit, he would consider going out to train. The Chu men's palace was protected by the nebula vortex. Unless one was a sovereign, it was impossible to barge in. For the time being, it was very safe here. He could cultivate in peace. The first thing was to calm his mind and reflect on the battles in the 100 battles arena. Except for the first dozen consecutive victories that the human race had helped him win, most of the battles were fought by Chu Mu. He had a very deep understanding of them. This time's comprehension was extremely deep and detailed. Therefore, the time spent was rather long. It took Chu Mu a full 10 days before he finished his comprehension. After his comprehension, Chu Mu's cultivation didn't increase at all, and his strength didn't increase either. However, the 100 battle arena's fighting experience was completely absorbed by him and turned into his own. His understanding of his various abilities was even deeper, and his understanding of the sword techniques he grasped was even more profound. The second thing he had to do was to practice his sword. After the reflection, he naturally had to personally practice his sword techniques and sword techniques. Only in this way could he strengthen his understanding. Chapter 2166. The peerless genius of the human race, Chu Mu, has become a member of the Chu sect. This news was not a secret. Very soon, it spread throughout the entire 100 battles realm. It also spread to the surrounding realms. Many people knew about it. The Chu sect is really lucky. The Chu sect first had Chu Huangji, then Chu Mu. 2 peerless geniuses, 10 geniuses and hundreds of geniuses. It's only a matter of time before they rise. Many factions couldn't rise no matter how much time they had. They might even disappear in the long river of history. This was because all kinds of conditions were necessary to rise. For example, talents, resources, opportunities, and so on. The Chu sect now had all of them. Chu Huangji will definitely become a sovereign. As long as Chu Mu doesn't die midway, he will also become a sovereign. Moreover, the chances of both of them becoming great sovereigns are very high. The Chu sect won't be weak in the future. If one of them becomes a demigod sovereign, the Chu sect will also become a peerless faction. It was inevitable that peerless geniuses would become minor sovereigns. It wouldn't be too difficult for them to become great sovereigns. As for becoming a demigod, it would be very difficult, but at least it would be more difficult than other factions. Once they became demigod sovereigns, everything would be different. Chu Mu didn't know about the news in the outside world. At this moment, he was cultivating in seclusion in the palace of the Chu sect. There was no need to continue cultivating the white horse sword art. There was still a 6th level of the sky-shattering cloud sword art, but that was at the Great Emperor realm. Chu Mu's current level was too far away. He couldn't touch it yet. He didn't know the level of the San Luo sword art, but there was still a lot of potential to be unearthed. There was also the Dao seeking sword art, as a unique and miraculous sword art created by Chu Mu himself. The potential of the Dao seeking sword art was astonishing. It was beyond the imagination of Chu Mu, the creator. Now, Chu Mu was digging in the direction of combos. He felt that if he could combos all 14 forms of the Dao-seeking sword art, he might be able to make further progress. This became his main goal. Other than that, there was also the comprehension of the 4 directional, truth-seeking steps and the world's and near ruler body. The 1st and 2nd levels had already been completed, and he had some clues about the 3rd level. The only thing he had to do now was to comprehend the 3rd level, that involved the profound mysteries of time. It wasn't that easy. Time flew by, and a month went by. Chu Mu's overdraft potential from using the true secret of human Tao had also recovered. He began the 3rd thing he needed to do, which was to refine and absorb the remaining source energy. The origin energy rapidly vanished under Chu Mu's refinement. A portion of it was grasped by Chu Mu and converted into his cultivation, while a portion of it automatically recovered the overused origin energy. Time passed day by day. Chu Mu's cultivation aura also gradually increased. At the same time, in a deep blue world far away at the edge of the great chaotic void, layers of light flickered on the outside. Like water ripples, they gradually spread out. Following that, the great Tao within the deep blue world also began to be repaired bit by bit, slowly recovering. However, the speed of recovery was very slow and very slight. It was hard to feel. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Chu Mu also successfully refined the remaining source energy. His cultivation base rose rapidly, reaching the limit of the 4th refinement of the exceptional realm. He was only a step away from the 5th refinement. Now, my strength should be at the level of a half-step great emperor. A glint flashed in Chu Mu's eyes as he silently said. He tested it, and indeed, with his peak 4th refinement cultivation, his strength had reached the half-step emperor level. However, it was probably a weak half-step emperor level. The increase from the high level of the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm to the limit of the 4th refinement of the exceptional realm seemed significant. However, it was insignificant to the level of a half-step great emperor from a supreme overlord. If it was in the past, Chu Mu would be overjoyed with the increase in cultivation base and strength. However, he wasn't now because he had personally experienced the strength of a great emperor and the taste of death. He knew that his current strength was far from enough. Since it's not enough, I'll continue to cultivate, Chu Mu thought. Refining source energy meant that he wouldn't be able to increase his cultivation base quickly. But it didn't matter. The battles in the 100 Battles arena and the slaughter world had allowed him to further develop his potential. At the very least, he would be able to cultivate better for a period of time until he reached the bottleneck. This time, Chumu used half a year's time to cultivate in seclusion. Junior Chumu, your cultivation base has risen very quickly. You're indeed a peerless genius. As soon as Chumu came out of seclusion and walked out of his room to get some fresh air, he met a senior brother of the Chu sect. He was a first-step great emperor named Chu Jihuan. He was a peerless genius, senior brother Jihuan. Chu Mu greeted him with a sword salute. Junior brother, you don't have to be so polite. Chu Jihuan smiled. He looked like a scholar and was very scholarly. At this moment, a figure flew in from outside like a stream of light. Junior brother Jihuan, this is? The newcomer's voice was very deep. His gaze fell on Chumu's face as if it was real. Senior brother Gongji, you're back. This is a junior brother who joined the Chu sect half a year ago. His name is Chumu. This is senior brother Chu Gongji, one of the second-step great emperors of the Chu sect. Chu Jihuan introduced. Chu Jiwe introduced. Junior brother Chumu obtained 100 consecutive victories in 100 battles, heavenly cities, 100 battles arena. He's an exceptional genius. Chu Gongji, who had heard Chu Jihuan's first sentence, was about to greet Chumu. However, when he heard Chu Jihuan's second sentence, he was stunned. Then his eyes widened and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. 100 consecutive victories in the 100 battles arena. A peerless genius. No matter which news it was like a thunderbolt bombarding his mind. He couldn't react immediately. Ha ha ha, that's great. After a while, Chu Gongji finally couldn't stop laughing. His strong body and broad shoulders trembled as his loud voice echoed in the great hall. Originally, I went to the slaughter world to invite the Chu Royal Hall to join our Chu sect, but I didn't find the Chu Royal Hall. I didn't expect that even though I couldn't find the Chu Royal Hall, junior brother Chu Mu joined the Chu sect. Only now did Chu Mu understand that Chu Gongji had gone to the slaughter world to find the Chu Royal Court. Thinking about it, it was very normal. After all, the Chu Royal Court's name on the sword cliff surpassed Chu Huangji's name. Moreover, his surname was Chu. Naturally, the Chu sect would search for and recruit him. That's a pity. Chu Jihuan sighed regretfully. If he can find the Chu Royal Court and join our Chu sect, then our Chu sect will have senior brother Huangji, junior brother Chu Mu, and the 3 peerless geniuses of the Chu Royal Court. Hearing their conversation, Chu Mu felt strange. After all, the Chu Royal Court was the name he used in the slaughter world. After thinking for a moment, Chu Mu decided to say it, so that the Chu sect wouldn't have to waste time and effort to find the so-called Chu Royal Court. Senior brother Jihuan, senior brother Gongji, there's something I have to tell you, Chu Mu said. Junior brother, please speak. Chu Jihuan and Chu Gongji both looked at Chu Mu. There's no need to find the Chu Royal Court, Chu Mu said. Junior brother, why do you say that? Chu Gongji frowned. Because the Chu Royal Court is the name I use in the slaughter world. Chu Mu said. Chu Jihuan and Chu Gongji felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were completely stunned and only reacted after a while. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We have to tell the other senior brothers about this, Chu Gongji said. I didn't expect that junior brother Chu Mu is the Chu Royal Court. Chu Jihuan stared at Chu Mu and sighed with emotion, causing Chu Mu to smile. Not long after, Chu Huangji also appeared. As soon as he appeared, he kept staring at Chu Mu, causing Chu Mu to be confused. Then Chu Huangji smiled. I've always been curious about what kind of person who left his name on the sword cliff and surpassed me was like. Only now do I know. Senior brother, don't blame me, Chu Mu said with a smile. If you want to blame me, you have to blame me. Chu Huangji suddenly looked serious and dignified. Why did you only surpass 10 feet and not surpass 20 and 30 feet? I also want to. Chu Mu smiled. As for half a year, Chu Mu's cultivation rose from the early stage of the fourth refinement to the fifth refinement. Chu Huangji wasn't surprised at all. Not long after, other senior brothers came. They were surprised by the fact that Chu Mu was the Chu royal court. After chatting for a while, they all left. My cultivation has reached the fifth refinement and has reached a bottleneck. I can't improve as quickly as before. After returning to his room, Chu Mu thought, but I can't neglect my cultivation. I have to focus on the Tao-seeking sword technique and do my best to complete as many consecutive moves as possible. In addition, the Chu Sect Palace also has a library. I should spend some time flipping through the books and replenishing my knowledge further. The Chu Sect Palace's library was also very large, but there weren't many books inside. Currently, there were only a few tens of thousands of books. They were divided into many categories. There were cultivation techniques, sword techniques, palm techniques, and so on. There were also some secret techniques and miscellaneous notes. But every power would definitely have a library or similar place that would store many books. That was the embodiment of a sect's foundation. The Chu sect had only been established for a few hundred years. Compared to many other powers, a few hundred years seemed insignificant. It was like a child's time, so it was very normal for it to not have accumulated enough knowledge. However, in a short month, Chu Mu had read through all of the books in the book-storing palace and memorized all of the contents. The reason why he was so fast was because he had read a small portion of the books in the library before. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since Chu Mu had come to the Chu Sect Palace and become a member. In these 3 years, Chu Mu hadn't fought anyone. Apart from spending a month to finish reading all the books in the library, he had spent the rest of his time cultivating and comprehending. He cultivated the truth-seeking technique and did his best to raise his cultivation. He comprehended the Tao-seeking sword technique, the 4 directions truth-seeking steps, and the world's end near. Under his efforts, he had clearly improved in all aspects. Chapter 2167. After entering the Chu sect for 3 years and cultivating in seclusion for 3 years, Chu Mu had improved as much as he could. The path of cultivation was about tension and relaxation, as well as the combination of movement and stillness. The so-called stillness was meditation, and the so-called movement was adventure and battle. The combination of movement and stillness was the best way to cultivate. Otherwise, if one only pursued movement or stillness, it would be one-sided. There would come a time when one reached the limit, and it would be difficult to take another step. Meditation required experience as an accumulation, and experience required meditation as a summary. Only when the two were combined could the effect be maximized. Everything that he had experienced in the past had been completely transformed into his foundation and strength under these 3 years of meditation. If he continued, even if he spent 10 or even 100 years, he would at most have some improvement in his cultivation. In other aspects, he would be stuck in the same place. Chu Mu pursued cultivation because it could increase his strength, but other than cultivation, he had to keep up in other aspects. Why could he challenge those of a higher level? Cultivation was only a small part of it. The bigger part was in other aspects, such as the realm of sword skills, the Tao-seeking sword technique, and so on. For example, a wooden barrel had high and low edges, and the amount of water in it depended on the lowest edge. Therefore, it was best to advance at the same time. Coincidentally, there were still many people in the Chu sect. Chu Mu asked where it was more suitable to go for training. Junior brother, you've asked the right person. Not long ago, a senior brother of our Chu sect discovered a small world that had not been opened yet. It has only been a few years, and there should still be many resources. Junior brother, you can explore it. Perhaps you will find something. Senior brother, please tell me where the small world is. Chu Mu's eyes lit up. What's so difficult about it? This person laughed and told Chu Mu the location of the small world. Junior brother Chu Mu, if you go to the small world, you have to be extra careful. The small world's beasts aren't ordinary. Moreover, the small world wasn't discovered by our Chu sect's senior brother alone. There will be people from other sects and factions. Do your best to avoid conflict with them. However, junior brother, you have to remember one thing. If they dare provoke you, don't worry about anything. If you can win, fight back. If you can't win, run. No matter the result, our Chu sect will take care of it. If you win, Chu Mu will be there. The last words were said in an extremely domineering manner. I know, Chu Mu said. During his 3 years in the Chu sect, other than cultivating in seclusion, he would also interact with his other senior brothers. Therefore, he was rather familiar with the Chu sect style of doing things. The great chaotic void was extremely vast, almost boundless. The origin realm was only one of the 3 main worlds, and the area it occupied was only a tiny portion of the entire great chaotic void. Within the origin realm, there were many other realms, and the chaos void between the realms was still extremely vast and astonishing. As for the primal chaos void, it had always contained countless mysteries. Countless experts yearned for it and put in great effort to explore it. In truth, there were many cultivators who didn't cultivate for the sake of battle or longevity. Rather, they cultivated for the sake of exploring the secrets of the Chaosverse. A small world was a product of the Chaosverse. There were 2 kinds of man-made creation and natural creation. However, under normal circumstances, a natural small world was often better than a man-made small world, unless the creator was willing to spend a lot of effort to manage the small world. But then again, a man-made small world usually had an owner, while a naturally formed small world would be ownerless if it wasn't discovered and then developed. There were many resources inside. Although the small world had been discovered and explored, it had only been a few years. There were still many resources inside that could be used as training and exploration. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It just so happened that, in addition to Chu Mu, there were 2 first-step great emperors in the Chu sect who also planned to enter the small world. They would pilot the flying ship to take Chu Mu there, which would be faster. Time flew. 2 months later, the flying ship stopped at a place in the chaos void and 3 figures flew out from it. Exceptional realm cultivators were already equipped with the ability to survive in the chaos void. Of course, it was only the most basic ability. After all, in the eyes of many experts, the exceptional realm was just a beginner level. Junior brother Chu Mu, the entrance to the small world is here, said one of the first-step great emperors with a smile. A first-step great emperor from the Chu sect smiled. He formed a hand seal and a weak whirlpool appeared, allowing the 3 of them to enter. The small world was discovered by the Chu sect and several other sections. After discussion, the Chu sect and the other sects naturally developed it together. In order to prevent others from entering, they had to set up many layers of protection. Fortunately, the small world was originally hidden in the chaos void. It was difficult to discover it without special means, so it was impossible to enter. Not long after, the scenery in front of Chu Mu changed completely. There were mountains, rivers, and trees. It was completely different from the vast chaos void where stars were everywhere. It had a different flavor. Junior brother, do you want to come with us or go alone? Asked one of the 2 great emperors. It was not that they wanted to chase Chu Mu away, but they knew very well that all geniuses had their own temperaments. They might prefer to go alone. The Chu sect was a very united force, but they would not force their will on others. Instead, they would respect each other regardless of cultivation level or strength. Thank you, senior brothers. However, I'm afraid my strength will be a burden to you. I'd better go alone, said Chu Mu. All right, but be careful, junior brother. Junior brother Chu Mu, farewell. Take care, senior brothers. The 2 great emperors of the Chu sect left, leaving Chu Mu alone. He looked around, and based on his perception of the yuan qi of heaven and earth, he chose the direction with the denser and purer yuan qi and flew away. The small world had been discovered and excavated in recent years. Therefore, there were still many resources. However, what really caught Chumu's attention was not the resources, but something more valuable. For a small world to be born, whether it was man-made or natural, it had to have one thing. That was the origin, the world origin. The world origin was different from the origin controlled by sovereigns. However, they were essentially the same. The world origin could be controlled. For example, the Deep Blue world was a world created by the Deep Blue Lord. The Deep Blue Lord needed the world origin to create the Deep Blue world. In theory, the world origin could also be refined by sovereigns. However, the efficiency was lower. Therefore, after a sovereign obtained the world origin, he would not use the method of refining and absorbing it. Instead, he would use it to study and improve his cultivation level, his control of the world origin, or use it to create a small world. This was different for Chumu. He could refine it better. This was because Chumu's Sword Tao origin was formed by refining a small portion of the Deep Blue Lord's origin and a portion of the Deep Blue world's origin. It was formed by combining Chumu's own Sword Tao true meaning and so on. It was rather special. Chumu's goal in coming to this small world was to obtain the world origin. The world origin was usually located at the center of the small world. Chumu's direction was the center of the small world. Chumu flew quickly through the air. Suddenly, a huge beam of light shot up from below. It tore through the air with shocking power. It was like a volcano had erupted. It wanted to shatter Chumu. The light was grayish-green and gave off a shocking stench. Chumu was not afraid in the face of the attack. He calmly drew his sword and slashed down. The sharp sword light cut through the air and slashed down. It cut through the light that had shot up. The sword slashed down to the ground, cutting apart the beast that had attacked Chumu. The beast's shape was very strange. It was several dozen meters long, and it landed on the ground like a huge bun. It had a huge mouth, and as it wriggled, it would spit out a grayish-green liquid that attacked its target. It was very powerful, and it was shockingly corrosive and poisonous. An attack like that could easily kill an extreme Saint Venerable. However, after 3 years of cultivation, Chumu's cultivation had increased. His strength was clearly greater than before, surpassing the level of extreme Saint Venerable. He slashed down and immediately killed the strange beast. A bone-chilling sound rang out. The strange beast spat out countless gray-green pus. The intense stench spread for several tens of thousands of meters. Chumu hurriedly sped up and passed through, leaving it far behind. Chumu, who had reached the 5th refinement of the exceptional Saint Venerable, was extremely fast. He was even faster than regular extreme Saint Venerables. Up ahead, there were violent ripples. Chumu could feel that they were becoming stronger and stronger. It meant that someone was heading in his direction. Chumu had come to the miniature world with the intention of training. He had also come for the world origin. As a result, he did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble, so he went around. Not long after, he saw a sword light flying at an extremely fast speed. Behind the sword light, there were 3 figures wrapped in light that were closely chasing after it, like maggots on a corpse. "Hand over the ascending dragon fruit, and we'll spare your life," the pursuer said as they chased. "Don't even think about it," the person said through gritted teeth. "You'll regret trying to kill me." "Humph. Others might be afraid of your true sect, but we're not." "Cut the crap. Hurry up and kill him. We'll take the ascending dragon fruit." The person was lying when he said that he was not afraid of the Chu sect. After all, the organization he belonged to was very powerful. However, they did not plan on starting a war with the Chu sect. As long as they killed this person and no one else knew, the Chu sect would not know either. Moreover, the ascending dragon fruit was very valuable. It could increase their strength, so they naturally had to get it. Compared to offending the Chu sect, they chose benefits. Taking a step back, even if they gave up now, the other party would not let this matter go. It was very likely that they would take revenge. The best way was to kill him. Chapter 2168. Chumu, who was passing by in the distance, vaguely heard the two words Chu sect, which attracted his attention. "Is your surname Chu?" A voice entered Chu Zhong's ears. Chu Zhong, who was being chased, didn't reply. He didn't know whether the person who spoke was an enemy or a friend. "Are you a member of the Chu sect?" That voice rang out again, entering his ears once more. "That's right." After being asked a second time, Chu Zhong directly roared, "I am a member of the Chu sect." He didn't know where the person who transmitted the sound was, so he could only shout like this. Instantly, the three people chasing after him were startled, thinking that something unexpected had happened. "You are indeed a member of the Chu sect, but so what? A power without a dominator is simply nothing." One of the pursuers sneered, and the other two also revealed a mocking expression. A power without a dominator, no matter how great its potential was, it was still just potential. It was like a genius who had unlimited possibilities, but the lack of strength at the moment was a fatal flaw. "My senior brother Chu Huangji will definitely become a dominator," Chu Zhong said angrily. As he exploded with speed, he fled into the distance. However, the three pursuers' strength wasn't inferior to his, and they were even slightly stronger than him. Their speed was also faster, so he couldn't shake them off at all. "That's right, senior brother Huangji will definitely become a dominator." An extremely unexpected voice rang out, and it was as sharp as the edge of a sword, piercing into everyone's ears. It startled Chu Zhong, and also startled the three pursuers. "Who is it? Come out." Immediately after, a figure seemed to walk out of the void and appeared in front of the three pursuers. "Who are you?" "A member of the Chu sect," Chu Mu said indifferently. "Fifth refinement exceptional realm. Another one has come to court death. Junior brother, hurry up and leave. I'll hold 'em off." Chu Zhong turned around and saw Chu Mu. When he heard Chu Mu's words, he was first delighted, but when he saw that Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the fifth refinement exceptional realm, his expression abruptly changed. His figure flashed and appeared beside Chu Mu, passing by him. At the same time, Chu Mu only felt that there was something extra in his hand. Before he had time to check, Chu Zhong raised his sword light and attacked the three pursuers with tyrannical might. Chu Mu couldn't help but smile at Chu Zhong's action. Perhaps he had never met this person before, but it didn't stop them from being united as members of the Chu sect. Chu Zhong's cultivation was at the Great Sacred Venerable Realm, and his strength was at the Supreme Sacred Venerable Realm. The three pursuers all had the strength of Supreme Sacred Venerables, so Chu Zhong wasn't their match at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to escape. But now he had to stop the three and let Chu Mu leave. The thing he stuffed into Chu Mu's hand was a fruit, the cause of their pursuit, the ascending dragon fruit. Chu Mu held the ascending dragon fruit with one hand and drew his sword with the other. He swung his sword 3 times, and 3 sword light instantly pierced through the air and shot out. The pursuers had just shattered Chu Zhong's sword light flood dragon and sent Chu Zhong flying backward. Just as they were about to deliver the killing blow, a sword light flew toward them head-on. The sword light was extremely fast, extremely condensed, and soundless. It was too fast, completely beyond their reaction time. They couldn't dodge or block it, and it pierced through their foreheads. 3 kills with 1 sword. Chu Zhong, who had just adjusted himself and was about to attack again, was stunned. "They're dead." Chu Zhong's face was blank. The 3 pursuers who had chased him and forced him to flee had died just like that. They were killed. After a while, Chu Zhong reacted and accepted the fact. He also knew that this person from the Chu sect, whom he had never met before, was no small matter. "Senior brother, I'm Chu Zhong." Chu Zhong flew over and called Chu Mu senior brother. "Senior brother Chu Mu, I'm Chu Mu. You can call me junior brother." Chu Mu smiled and returned the fruit to Chu Zhong. "I only joined the Chu sect 3 years ago." The titles of senior and junior brothers in the Chu sect were actually just symbolic titles. It didn't mean anything and it wasn't fixed. Generally speaking, strength was respected. Those who were stronger would be called senior brother, and those who were weaker would be called junior brother. But it wasn't absolute. There were also divisions based on who joined the Chu sect. In short, everything depended on oneself. So it's senior brother Chu Mu. Chu Zhong put away the ascending dragon fruit. Senior brother Chu Mu is only at the 5th refinement of the exceptional realm, but you were able to kill 3 supreme sacred venerables. You must be a prodigy. In Chu Zhong's opinion, a prodigy was already very impressive. As for an exceptional prodigy, Chu Huangji was the only one in the entire Chu sect. He didn't dare to think of a second one. He had been in this small world for more than 3 years, so he didn't know about Chu Mu. Since Chu Zhong said so, Chu Mu wouldn't explain anything. Why was senior brother Chu Zhong chased? Chu Mu asked casually. It's because of the ascending dragon fruit. Chu Zhong laughed. He again displayed the ascending dragon fruit in front of Chu Mu. It was completely brown in color and seemed to be a bit rough. It was covered in veins and had a faint fragrance. It was very alluring. Smelling it made one feel refreshed and clear-headed. Chu Mu had never heard of the ascending dragon fruit before. However, from the smell, Chu Mu could more or less determine that it had something to do with the mental aspect. Senior brother, what is the use of the ascending dragon fruit? Chu Mu still asked. The ascending dragon fruit is a kind of spiritual fruit grown from the ascending dragon vine. It only has one use, and that is to let the person's mental aspect enter a state of sublimation for a certain period of time. It's like a carp transforming into a dragon. Comprehending in this state will be 2 or 3 times more efficient than usual, Chu Zhong said. Hearing his words, Chu Mu's eyes immediately lit up. Since he had obtained the power of origin beforehand, his cultivation method was more or less different from ordinary, exceptional realm cultivators. Moreover, the truth-seeking technique was different from ordinary cultivators. Therefore, most of the pills and elixirs were useless to him. However, this rising dragon fruit was useful because it was related to the spiritual level, comprehension, and so on. Senior brother, where did you find the ascending dragon fruit? Can you still find it? Chu Mu hurriedly asked. I'm not sure, but I might be able to find it, Chu Zhong said. Senior brother, please point the way. Chu Mu said. He was very interested in the ascending dragon fruit, although the biggest goal of this trip was the world origin of this small world. Chu Mu was actually very clear that it was the most difficult thing to obtain. Not to mention other things. Just finding it was a big problem. It was completely dependent on luck. There's no need to point the way. I'll take you there, Chu Zhong said. Okay. The two didn't delay at all. Under Chu Zhong's lead, they quickly moved forward. Senior brother Chu Mu, you've just arrived here, so you're not familiar with many things. While leading the way, Chu Zhong said, in this small world other than our Chu sect, there are also disciples of 3 other sections. They are Iron Dragon sect, Xuanzhan sect, and 100 Weapons sect. These 3 sects are all overlord level forces, 1 level higher than our Chu sect. The 3 people who chased after me just now were disciples of 100 Weapons sect. This small world has been discovered for a few years now. Thus, most of the spiritual medicines and resources have been excavated. The rest are either hidden resources or dangerous areas. Among the people who entered this small world, there were exceptional realm cultivators and great emperor cultivators. Exceptional realm cultivators had their own places to go, and great emperor cultivators had their own places to go. Some things were precious treasures to exceptional realm cultivators, but they were useless to great emperor cultivators. Treasures that were suitable for both exceptional realm and great emperor cultivators were too rare. Therefore, exceptional realm cultivators wouldn't risk entering areas that only great emperor cultivators dared to enter, and great emperor cultivators wouldn't go to areas that exceptional realm cultivators should go to. It would be a waste of time and energy. After flying for about half a day, Chumu found that the scenery in front of him had changed. It wasn't as green and lush as before. Instead, it was filled with countless stones and dead trees. Above the stones and dead trees were dark brown vines. Those vines were more than 10 miles long, while the short ones were hundreds of meters long. The thick ones were 2 or 3 times thicker than a big bucket, while the thin ones were as thin as a person's thigh. However, no matter how thick or thin they were, these vines all had one thing in common, which was that they meandered like a dragon entrenched on the ground. Senior brother, that's the rising dragon vine. Chu Zhong pointed at the endless vines below him. So many. Chu Mu was surprised. The rising dragon fruit should be a very precious item. Otherwise, Chu Mu wouldn't have been hunted down and almost died because of one rising dragon fruit. However, there were so many rising dragon vines in front of him, which was completely out of Chu Mu's expectations. There are many rising dragon vines, but only a few can bear fruit. Chu Zhong said, "Moreover, the duration of each rising dragon fruit is very short, so it's more useful to prepare a few more." Looking from afar, they could see that the rising dragon vines were very vast. They couldn't see the end of it, and there were many figures in it. "Senior brother, let's search together. Whoever finds it first gets to keep it. What do you think?" Chu Zhong said, "Okay." After Chu Mu agreed, the two of them quickly landed and started searching carefully. "Senior brother, the rising dragon fruit has a special characteristic. When one is still on the rising dragon vine, they can't see it with their divine sense. They can only rely on their eyes." Chu Zhong said, "This increased the difficulty of finding the rising dragon fruit. There's another point. Some rising dragon vines have vine snakes entrenched on them. These vine snakes are very poisonous. Even half-step great sovereigns would find it hard to bear if they were bitten. Senior brother, you must be very careful." The place where Chu Mu and Chu Zhong landed was a rising dragon vine that stretched for more than 10,000 meters. The two of them separated to two sides, their eyes sharp as they searched carefully. The leaves of the rising dragon vines varied in size. The big ones were as big as millstones, and the small ones were as big as palms. The leaves were dark green, and the veins on them looked like wriggling pythons, vivid and lifelike. Under the cover of the dense vines and countless leaves, it was difficult for Yang Kai's spiritual energy to display its full potential. So finding the ascending dragon fruits was not an easy task. Some people had worked hard for more than 10 days without any results. This was a common occurrence. For example, Chu Zhong searched for a whole month before he found one. It was precisely because it was so difficult and precious that he was chased by the 3 people from the 100 Weapons faction. Chapter 2169. Different small worlds often had their own specialties. The rising dragon vine and rising dragon fruit could be considered as one of the specialties of this small world. Of course, it was not only this small world that had rising dragon vines and rising dragon fruits. It was just that most worlds did not have them. There were countless ascending dragon vines, and they were extremely wide. People searching for the ascending dragon fruit were like diligent ants. Chu Mu searched carefully, using his sword to push aside the leaves of the ascending dragon vines. This way, he could find the ascending dragon fruit better, or else he would be easily confused. On a rising dragon vine, there were countless vines crisscrossing. Like the one Chu Mu was looking for, the thickest vine was as thick as a bucket and was the main trunk. There were hundreds of branches, densely intertwined. It was very complicated, and the rising dragon fruit could be growing in it, making it difficult to find. After searching for half a day, not to mention finding the rising dragon fruit, they could not even see the shadow of the rising dragon fruit. However, Chu Mu's expression did not change, and he still looked very patient. Chu Zhong had searched for a long time before finding the rising dragon fruit, and now it had only been half a day, so it was not a big deal. However, it was a little depressing that the power of consciousness was ineffective. If it was not difficult to find, it would be easier. If the power of consciousness is ineffective, then what about the source of sword principles? A light flashed in Chumu's mind, and he had a sudden realization. Source and power of consciousness were two things that were not related. But in terms of level, source power was much superior to the power of consciousness. Thinking of this, Chumu immediately communicated with the part of sword principles he had grasped. There was no need to stimulate the power, just release its aura. The aura of sword principles spread out and fell on the rising dragon vine, quickly spreading throughout the rising dragon vine. Without finding the rising dragon fruit, Chumu was not sure if it would work, but stimulating the aura of sword principles like this would not consume much of his power, and he could maintain it for a long time. Not long after, Chumu's sword Tao origin aura adhered to the ascending dragon vine and filled the entire vine. However, he didn't gain anything. This made Chumu a bit confused. Was there no ascending dragon fruit, or was there an ascending dragon fruit that he couldn't find? Chumu decided to spend some time searching this ascending dragon vine to see if there was any ascending dragon fruit. 3 days. After spending 3 full days, Chumu and Chuzhong finally finished examining the ascending dragon vine. There was indeed no ascending dragon fruit. Senior Brother Mu, let's go and find the other one. Chuzhong said, Senior Brother Zhong, why don't we split up and search for 1 stalk each? It'll be faster that way, Chumu suggested. Very well. Chuzhong did not suspect anything. In fact, Chumu planned to try searching for the sword Tao origins aura again. They found another ascending dragon vine, which was shorter and thinner than the previous one. Chumu's sword Tao origins aura attached to it and quickly spread out. This method was more labor-saving and faster. In just a dozen breaths' time, Chumu had finished searching the ascending dragon vine that would have taken him several days to search. Suddenly, Chumu's eyes lit up. His figure moved and appeared at a corner of the ascending dragon vine. Pushing aside the wide leaves, he saw a brown fruit. It was the ascending dragon fruit. He directly plucked the ascending dragon fruit and looked at it a few times. After confirming that it was indeed the ascending dragon fruit, he quickly put it into his spatial ring. Not bad. It seems that the sword Tao origins aura can indeed find the ascending dragon fruit. Chumu was overjoyed. This method was feasible. It would save him a lot of time and increase the efficiency of his search by several times. Suddenly, an indistinct sense of danger appeared and exploded in Chumu's heart. A hissing sound made his scalp go numb. A brown lightning bolt flashed before his eyes. Chumu's combat awareness, which had been tempered 1,000 times, retreated 1 step and executed the second layer of the 4 directions truth-seeking steps. Then he drew the perishing sword and counterattacked. As a half-step martial emperor, Chumu's sword strike was incredibly accurate and powerful. When it struck the brown lightning bolt, there was a metallic clang. Chumu felt like his sword had struck something very hard. At the same time, there was a sharp and mournful cry. Xiao Chen's wrist trembled, and the sword became sharp. A sword light shot out, and with the perishing sword's extreme sharpness, he forcefully chopped the brown lightning bolt in half. Sizzling sounds could be heard as wisps of green smoke filled the air, bringing with them a foul stench. Chumu lowered his head and looked. He saw that the thing he chopped in half was a small snake as thick as a finger and as long as a chopstick. The source of the foul stench was the dark green blood. This must be the vine snake that Senior Brother Chuzhong mentioned. Its toxicity is indeed astonishing. Chumu thought to himself. Just smelling the foul stench of the blood made him feel dizzy and nauseous. If he was bitten, he would probably feel very uncomfortable. Since the aura of the origin energy could replace his eyes to search for the ascending dragon fruit faster, Chumu made full use of it. This was an advantage that others did not have. Actually, when he thought about it, it was not a big deal. The ascending dragon fruit was indeed a rare treasure. However, it was only useful to those below the martial emperor realm. The martial emperor realm involved the power of the soul, which surpassed mental energy. Thus, the ascending dragon fruit was useless. The origin energy belonged to the sovereign realm. It was a kind of energy that surpassed the martial emperor realm. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to search for the ascending dragon fruit. Only now did Chumu understand this point. With the origin energy of the sword Tao as a cheat, Chumu's efficiency surpassed others by hundreds or thousands of times. Soon he finished searching for the third ascending dragon vine. Then he searched for the fourth. However, there were too few ascending dragon vines that bore fruit. Or perhaps, in these few years, most of them had already been plucked. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Chumu did not find anything on an ascending dragon vine that was over 100,000 meters long. Instead, he found ascending dragon fruit on an ascending dragon vine that was over 100 meters long. This made him realize that the growth of the ascending dragon fruit had nothing to do with the size of the ascending dragon vine. Chu Zhong still did not find anything, while Chumu had already obtained 2 ascending dragon fruits. However, he did not tell Chu Zhong. There was no need for him to do so for the time being. While searching for the ascending dragon fruit, Chumu also encountered several attacks from rattan snakes. The rattan snake's venom was shocking, but as long as one was prepared, even a supreme martial saint could resist and kill them. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Senior Martial Brother Mu, did you find anything? After searching for a while, Chu Zhong met Chu Mu. He asked, "My luck is not bad. I found another ascending dragon fruit." In total, Chu Zhong had found 2 ascending dragon fruits. This kind of harvest could be considered to be very good. "Yes, my luck is good. I found 2, Chu Mu said. "Congratulations, Senior Martial Brother Mu. Not only is your talent outstanding, but your luck is also outstanding," Chu Zhong said happily. After chatting for a while, the 2 of them went back to their own search. Chu Mu was able to find the ascending dragon fruit with the help of the sword Wei origin chi. That was why he could be so fast. On the other hand, Chu Zhong was able to find the ascending dragon fruit with his eyes. To be able to find one in these few days, he could be considered to be very lucky. Of course, this was also due to the influence of Chu Mu's luck. All peerless geniuses and geniuses would have greater luck than ordinary people. They were the so-called people with great fortune. If one stayed with such people, one would be influenced imperceptibly. Under the influence of such people, one's luck would also improve. Of course, this influence was not absolute. Furthermore, it was only temporary. Once one left, one would return to their original state. Chu Zhong's own luck could only be considered average. However, after traveling with Chu Mu, he began to be affected by his luck and slowly improved. Naturally, his luck also became better. Soon, Chu Mu found the 3rd ascending dragon fruit. No, it should be the 3rd and 4th because these 2 fruits grew together. "Friend, this ascending dragon vine is ours. Please don't interfere." Chu Mu changed his target. When he was walking towards the next ascending dragon vine, he was immediately stopped by someone. The one who spoke was a half-step great emperor. The other 2 were extreme sage venerables. Looking at their clothes, Chu Mu knew that they were disciples of Iron Dragon sect. Chu Mu's purpose was to find ascending dragon fruits. They were indeed searching for ascending dragon vines. Therefore, Chu Mu didn't plan to compete with them. After all, he had the cheat of the aura of origin energy. He didn't need to compete with them. Seeing Chu Mu walking to the other side, the 3 people of Iron Dragon sect revealed a satisfied smile and continued their search. This was just a small interlude in the process of searching for ascending dragon fruits. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. Chu Mu found another ascending dragon fruit. However, it was seen by one of the 3 disciples of Iron Dragon sect. He rapidly sent a secret message to the other 2. The 3 of them then flashed and surrounded Chu Mu. "Friend, that was ascending dragon fruit, right?" A extreme sage venerable asked. Don't try to hide it. I've already seen it clearly. That was ascending dragon fruit. Another extreme sage, Venerable, added, as if he was sure that Chu Mu would be defeated. How about this? Since you're not easy to find, hand over the ascending dragon fruit. We won't make things difficult for you. The half-step, great emperor of Iron Dragon sect said. 2 of them were playing good cop, and 1 was playing bad cop. They even felt that Chu Mu wouldn't be polite if he didn't hand over the ascending dragon fruit. Their words were full of threats. In their eyes, Lin Fan was just an insignificant cultivator in the 5th refining of the unparalleled realm. Perhaps he was a genius. However, so what? He was at most a little sage, Venerable. At most, he was a great sage, Venerable. He was as weak as an ant in front of them. They could kill him with 1 palm strike. Chu Mu felt a bit helpless. If his cultivation base was too low, he would be like a soft persimmon in the eyes of others. Actually, he didn't want to cause trouble because it wasn't necessary. However, this was how the world worked. If you didn't look for trouble, trouble would come to you.